Hello everyone, it's Dylan from Yu-Gi-Oh! Everything, and welcome back to another video. Just a few weeks ago, somebody sent me the largest Yu-Gi-Oh! Iceberg I have ever seen in my life. With over 200 topics, this is going to be the longest video ever on my channel, as I try to cover each and every topic listed on this iceberg. So get something to eat, get something to drink, sit down, buckle up, and enjoy the ride. This is the ultimate Yu-Gi-Oh! Iceberg. All right, and I couldn't tackle this behemoth of a project alone, so I brought in three very, very good friends of mine. We got Colin, we got Dak, and we got LATRELL. How are you boys doing today? Colin, how are you, man?
Not too bad, not too bad.
Good. Dak, what about you, dude?
Doing pretty good, pretty good.
Good, man. And Trell, how you doing, man?
Being chilling.
Good. Well, listen, I had to bring you boys in because, I did a video breaking down, like, the first Yu-Gi-Oh! Iceberg, and it was not nearly as insane as this one is. And so there were a lot of topics in that first one that I was not fully familiar with. There's a lot of topics in this one that I'm not 100% familiar with. You guys are way more experts in the field of the card game element, and I wanted to bring you guys on because not only do I think it'll be a lot of fun, but I also feel like it's going to be a really good opportunity for us to maybe hit every single point in this video, and that's the goal. So without further ado, for those of you that might not know what an iceberg is, we start from the top. We work our way down all the way to the bottom. As you go deeper into the iceberg, the topics are supposed to get more and more obscure. Huge shout out to Reddit user YOLO Swaggin, LOTB, for posting this iceberg. I'm not sure if they were the one who created it. If they were, great job to them, or again, to whoever created it. And, we're going to try to tackle the topics as quickly but as efficiently as we can. So we're going to start with the top part of the iceberg. What does Pot of Greed do? This is a classic meme in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Community because in the anime, especially in the dub of the anime, the characters would always state what the card does. You draw two cards from your deck. We all know it, but it is a classic meme. Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged. Colin, would you like to go on that one?
Yes, the popular web series started, I think, in the late 2000s, I believe, by YouTuber Little Karibo, still ongoing to this day, and is a massive inspiration and just a beloved series by a lot.
Isn't it insane that that series is still going, done by Little Karibo? It's unbelievable. And I think a lot of people have gotten back into Yu-Gi-Oh! Because of that abridged series. So yes, a very famous part of Yu-Gi-Oh! And then you activated my trap card. Dak?
Well, that one's obviously a nice iconic quote especially from the dub, always just, Kaiba, of course, being one to yell it. Of course you have a good old Yugi, but it's just always a nice give and take to anytime anybody does anything at all, you activate my trap card, and, they're cutting that play off.
Yep, it is a classic Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime adage. And then, Trell, we got 4 kids.
Obviously, it's one of the main television networks that actually premiered Yu-Gi-Oh! For a while, especially during our childhood. And it was a very good time to be on 4Kids to watch their lineup and also enjoy Yu-Gi-Oh! As one of them. Also, the dub choices they made, God tier.
Well, that might be debatable, but definitely some fascinating choices that have left a lasting impact on the Yu-Gi-Oh! Community, for better or for worse.
Real hard.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, of course, we have Kazuki Takahashi. Kazuki Takahashi is the creator of Yu-Gi-Oh! Himself. Obviously, rest in peace to someone who has touched the lives of so many people. For those of you that don't know, he did pass away tragically not too long ago, actually saving people that were lost at sea and rescued people, and then unfortunately, himself drowned. But he is the reason that Yu-Gi-Oh! Is what it is, and we love him over here, and he is an absolute legend. And then we have Endymion, Endymion, text like... Endymion. All right, there you go. Colin, I know, is cringing at my pronunciation. Colin, what's this one about, man?
This is many things. This is, I believe, currently the card in the TCG with the most words and most card text on it. And it's also the kind of catalyst for a lot of like Yugi Boomer videos and arguments about where Yu-Gi-Oh went wrong and all that other stuff, which is blown out of proportion, but we'll probably get to more of those later.
Hey, you know, blown out of proportion, but it gets the clicks, and that's the most important thing when it comes to content.
Ooh.
So next up, children's card game kind of ties a little bit to Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged, Dak.
Oh yeah, definitely. I would say that's probably the biggest, most notable reference of it. That is, almost always how they refer to the card game in the abridged series. Of course, outside of it, I would say thanks to the dub. A lot of people always thought of Yu-Gi-Oh! As kind of more of a kids game, but really, it's the abridged that blew that up.
Yeah, absolutely. And then we got card games on motorcycles. Trell?
Easy. It's 5Ds. 5Ds.
Is it?
I mean, to some people, but to most people, it's definitely 5Ds. It's from the show. One of the main mechanics in the show was dual riding, and with the dual disc attached to the motorcycle, and being able to duel with this and have speed counters and all that other jazz. But it's a really good thing, and it's also an idea for the future. So
and
let's just keep that in mind.
That, I believe, is also another one that started with Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged, if I recall. So, again,
That's
Yu-Gi-Oh!
correct.
Abridged, a lot of meme phrases out of that franchise or that series. Then we got Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links. Not going to spend a lot of time here. It is a mobile app. A mobile app. I would say an uberly successful mobile app as well, which, of course, plays in the format of Speed Duel, very similarly to the Speed Duel that you saw in Yu-Gi-Oh! Vrains. Started around that Vrains Dark Side of Dimensions time period. And, yeah, it's a very, very fun app. Definitely check it out if you have not already. Then we have Rarities, Colin.
This can be a whole bunch of things.
Yeah,
from
for sure.
Every single card foiling that Konami's done, Super, Secret, Ultra, Quarter Century Secret, Starlight Rares, the list goes on. There's so many different rarities.
Parallel
printed over the
rares,
years.
Star Pack rare. It's like there's so many variety of rarities that they came out with, and we still got some rarities that are still exclusive in Japan that the TCG players don't even have. So
I was going to say, there's rarities that are like, and Kyle, look at Colin showing it off, Maximum
Rub it
Shogun.
in.
By the way, you have people watching this video that are
Rare.
like, what the hell are those? People are watching right
Check
now
out
that
Duel Links to find out.
that don't even know what rush dueling is, and I'm sure we'll get to that a little deeper on. Colin really, really flexing, unbelievable there, man. Had to
just
bring
sitting in my desk.
had to bring some examples, Colin. I love it. This is a fun one. Every Yu-Gi-Oh pack is personalized. Dak, do you kind of know the origins of this in Iceberg
Not
meme
the-
culture?
Not the full origins. I've seen it around, which is definitely where I'd love to see you kind of dive in a little bit deeper with it.
Yeah, absolutely. So every Yu-Gi-Oh pack is personalized. This is kind of a meme that pops up on a lot of icebergs. I think it started with the Super Mario 64 iceberg, which is the first one that I ever saw. That was kind of the intro for me into the whole iceberg motif. I think it's one of the more popular ones where every Mario 64 cartridge is personalized. What it basically means is if me and Colin are looking at the same pack, if I open it, it would have different cards than if Colin opened it, because every Yu-Gi-Oh pack is personalized. And so when you look at a sealed product, like the cards that are in it because of the person opening it, not because of like what's in it, if that makes sense. That's kind of the conspiracy theory. Obviously, logically, it doesn't make sense, but that's the meme of it. That if I had a pack right here and I opened it, the cards I would pull from this pack if I had given it to LATRELL would be different. Every Yu-Gi-Oh pack is personalized. That's the meme and the creepiness of the world, right? We really don't know.
that's true. I've seen packs with the first 4 cards were the same, and then the hollows different, and the standard core pack. When I'm talking about this.
Yep.
And then the last 3 cards are completely different.
And if your
So
buddy
it starts off the same.
and if your buddy opened that pack, it would have been even more different.
Yep.
That's just how it works. Every Yu-Gi-Oh pack is personalized. Trell, the 2,222 Yu-Gi-Oh card deck.
Now, I've known everybody and their mother have seen this picture of the 2 guys. I think it's
So good.
I forgot where they're at specifically, but you see them with the holding the board, and they have the long 2,222 card deck, and just walking through the venue. This was actually what caused the deck size limit to be 60 because of that. Because shuffling that, oh my god, who could imagine brick by brick, just like shuffling independently to gather it up. So
You're saying
you
it's
can't even
not a
see your
good stall strat?
No, it's not. Unfortunately, you can't see your pot of greed. You can't see your Exodia pieces like that. So it was a good time though.
What a
I gotta say, it was pretty
legendary
funny.
what a legendary photo that is, and obviously we'll have it up on screen. Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. I get another video game here. Well, much like Duel Links is the uberly successful mobile app, Master Duel is the uberly successful, I guess, also mobile app or computer app or game. I mean, any of these games you can really get on a lot of different platforms, but Master Duel obviously pertains to the main format of playing Yu-Gi-Oh! It's very, very successful. It brought a lot of people and a lot of traffic into Yu-Gi-Oh! It's interesting because like the ban list is always different than if you play at a locals, so the experience is certainly going to be a little different than if you went to your locals, just because the ban lists, you know, Maxi of course being at 3 in there. There's a lot of interesting debates you can have with Master Duel and how it pertains, if it has any pertaining to your success if you played locals and at YCSs. We're not going to get into all that. All you know is Master Duel is finally that official simulator that we've gotten after all these years. And then we have the anime that started it all, Season 0, Colin.
I'm not too familiar with these. I know the basics. It's basically the Yu-Gi-Oh anime before the Yu-Gi-Oh anime. It didn't actually play the card games until like a very specific point. And then that led to the inspiration for the Yu-Gi-Oh anime we know and love today, pretty much.
Yeah, it's a 20-something episode Toei series that takes place, you know, before the Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters anime starts. That's pretty much all you need to know about it. The sequel series and summoning mechanics, Dak?
Well, definitely we've had a lot of those these days. You know, at this point, it's kind of become its own given that anytime there's a sequel series, there's going to be a new summoning mechanic. Obviously, with GX, they kind of expanded on fusions, which of course was the immediate sequel series to the original Duel Monsters, and of course 5Ds with synchros, and Zexal with XZ summoning, Arc 5 with pendulums, and then you have of course good old Brains with links, and then of course we kind of reset with our Rush era, but you know we've got fusion so far, and we'll see if anything else comes.
Yeah, absolutely. Next up, Trell, Dramatic Crossroads. You know about this one?
Honestly, I don't know. I'm gonna pass it to somebody who do.
This is a classic meme where you have basically two paths in front of you. I see this pop up on Twitter all the time, and it almost never pertains to Yu-Gi-Oh! I think this was played like randomly by Manjome in an episode of GX. I don't even think the card was ever printed, right? It's like an anime-only card.
Yeah, I think it's still anime only.
Yeah, and it's insane that this card has become one of the most like popular memes in the online sphere of the last couple of years. But it's just basically a meme card, which is very interesting. And then we have the ban list. Obviously, these are cards that are just too broken to use. Kind of a fun fact about the ban list, which I didn't know until a few years ago, that the OCG and TCG ban lists are totally different. I always just was of the mindset, especially when I was younger, that the ban lists were the same. It wasn't until like 2017 that I learned that the ban lists are different. But all you need to know is the cards are just too strong to use. Also, I kind of skipped a little bit on the Iceberg. That's my fault. I can't read a Google spreadsheet. Yu-Gi-Oh! The movie was actually next. Now, Yu-Gi-Oh! The movie, I just did, funny enough, a long review on the movie. I did go on record to say I think it's probably the weakest piece of Yu-Gi-Oh! Media that we've ever gotten. It had about a 6% Rotten Tomatoes approval rating. It was viewed as like the worst anime movie ever for quite a long period of time by people. And so Pyramid of Light is an infamy for a lot of reasons, and if you want to know more of my thoughts on it, you can of course check out my review on it. And then an OG, Exodia, the Forbidden One, Colin.
I mean, what can you say about it? You all know the scene, you all know the moment. Exodia, obliterate. It's perfect.
It is absolutely perfect. Dak, we've got one that actually I wasn't too familiar with. Caveman Yu-Gi-Oh!
Well, my interpretation of this one, because I may be off, but my interpretation was this goes back to the old school, very beginning of Yu-Gi-Oh! Where it was just your biggest monster wins. It was, if you get that blue eyes out, I mean, it's pretty much game over. We're talking like, first couple sets, before really there was a lot of equips or a lot of support to be able to do anything else other than I got a big monster, I smush you, I win.
Is that basically what it was, Trell?
Yes.
Okay.
That's basically what it was.
Okay. And then Trell, sticking with you, man. This is a tough one. The Shadow Realm.
Is it really tough? Thanks to 4Kids, they created this. Like, well, not necessarily 4Kids, but they created this. So in the Japanese version of the show, those characters actually like pass away into like hell, sort of. So to like dub it over and make it kid friendly, they named it the Shadow Realm. So theoretically, they don't die; they just go to another place that they're
Right.
living in. If that makes sense. But it also is a funny meme that you could just tell somebody, stop dueling me before I banish you to the Shadow Realm.
Yeah.
Because that is always funny to say to people.
Yeah, it is. And almost the concept is almost scarier than death itself, right? You're in like some painful purgatory almost. So that's actually one of the concepts that I actually liked when it came to the English dub. Colin, I'm actually going to throw it back to you. Anime rules make no sense. Obviously, this pertains to Duelist Kingdom largely.
Yeah, this mainly is a Duelist Kingdom thing where there's like your field power bonuses and monsters doing certain things against other monsters. Mostly Duelist Kingdom, they still kind of did it in Battle City and onwards. But and some other Yu-Gi-Ohs are not like, can not really avoid this as well. Like there are some moments in all the other shows where like some rules are just broken wide open, like Arc 5 creating a whole new mechanic, in Sevens recently catching a card from a falling
Meteor.
comet and putting it in your deck. Yeah. So like it's not just a Duelist Kingdom thing. Every Yu-Gi-Oh is guilty of this.
How about Lightning giving himself 1 life point because of
Yeah.
Yuma
That
creating
was-
cards.
yeah. No, it does exist throughout Yu-Gi-Oh. It's very funny. And then an element of Yu-Gi-Oh that everybody loves, the dual discs, Dak.
Oh yeah, dual discs are fantastic. They were a great way to kind of make the game more portable. Which of course could give us more settings as opposed to let's walk over to this giant stadium and be stuck here. You could have duels in different unique settings and different unique situations. You could have them on the fly. Which was always nice, and of course there's a nice variety of dual discs, that we've been able to get over the years. Every show had its own style. Kaiba's original kind of a prototype to the Battle City Classic that everybody knows and loves, which of course returned mostly in 5Ds. But then of course you've got the GX Duel Academy specific rounded edges. You've got like the what's Axel Brody or O'Brien has his kind of shotgun dual disc. Like you have just nice variety. Which really help give characters their own, unique perspective, unique flavor, and just help their characterization a little bit.
Yeah, it's a good way to add to their personality without like doing anything with the actual character. So it's cool. It's really cool. And then Trell, MST negates, does it?
Yeah, I don't see why not. Yeah, but in all rationality, it's just a meme. Because MST just destroys the spell and trap on field. And I think where it stems from is just like if you pop a continuous card when it activates, the effect no longer applies. So I think that's where it truly stems from, unless my knowledge serves me wrong. But I still believe it negates. So
in my mind, it negates as well. And of course, MST Mystical Space Typhoon, which is a spell card that lets you destroy a face down spell or trap or face up spell or trap.
Yeah, just any spell trap.
Any spell or trap. Absolutely, yeah.
Even if it's already activated.
But does it negate? No, it does not. Parodies is the next one. I mean, there are a lot of parodies when it comes to, I think of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Like Poker Night one. That's a very, or Yugi plays cards. That's a very famous one. The Abridged series in of itself is a parody. So there are a lot of parodies, even to a degree, all the like custom duels that people do. I remember a while ago someone made like a video of all the protagonists dueling Zark, and it was Yugioh Pro. In a way, you could say that that's even like a parody, So there are a lot. It speaks volumes to the creativity of the people within the Yu-Gi-Oh community. And yeah, you search for them, you'll find some pretty quickly. GX Abridged,
Rick and Morty parody.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Against Yugi and
Yugi
Kaiba
duels Rick.
Yeah.
There's a lot. And then another famous anime moment, draw monster card, Colin.
5 words. Throw Haga from the train.
Yeah, that's all that needs to be said.
Monster card.
Yeah, Yugi just murdered Haga, Weevil, and that's all there was to
Totally
it.
deserved, by the way. Totally deserved.
Totally, he deserved a couple more attacks, if I'm being honest. Then we got the GX opening, Dak.
Well, that is obviously a good old classic bop that I feel like pretty much everybody knows. You know, if you've been exposed to Yu-Gi-Oh, I feel like at one point, especially if you're in the States and, you know, kind of listen to the dub primarily, that was something that you've heard at least at one point. You know, it is just a short, great little theme. You know, goes hard, lays out the whole plot, I guess you could say.
Yep.
Nice, quick, and easy.
Got to get your game on. And then, Trell, we had
Exactly.
some fun with these, the counterfeit cards that have plagued Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yeah, you see them all over your gas stations. You see them on Wish. You see them on sometimes Whatnot. You see them on a whole bunch of sites. These are really funny cards in all actuality.
Agreed.
Obviously, you can't play with them. They're not TCG legal. They're not OCG legal. But they have the strangest names, the strangest effects, the strangest artworks, and they feel very different and very flimsy. But counterfeit cards are just cool to have. I think you gotta watch Dill's
Deck profile.
April Fool's deck profile. We got the Beckus, you know, I forget. There are so many different like unique card names that they try to like flip the name so they don't get a copyright.
Yeah.
But it's very funny to look at. And if you ever get your hands on some like a counterfeit cards, just hold them and marvel how funny they are.
I was one of my favorites, as I found one, is a Topologic Bomber Dragon, which is a Link monster, but it's in a Ritual monster like card frame. This was before like Links and everything came out.
That's
I've got a
funny.
good couple. I sent Dylan a picture of them a while ago, like a couple of years ago with some of them. But one was like cartoon, like Black Devil Girl for Dark Magician Girl, like Toon Dark Magician Girl. But there's so many good ones.
Yeah, there are. It's incredible. And then we have the hygiene rules. So for those of you that don't know what this is, it's definitely not. It doesn't make the Yu-Gi-Oh community look very good, unfortunately. Basically, people were going to locals, YCSs. They were not showering. They were not using deodorant. They were not taking care of themselves. Actually, it's very self-explanatory to the point where Konami had to make an official post. I believe it was in 2019, 2020, around that time. So it was somewhat recently, where they said that like you can get thrown out of the events if you do not have proper hygiene. And definitely not a great look for that, the card game side of things, for sure.
Taking your opponents out is no longer a good strat.
No.
Yeah, it's also tough because you don't want to like embarrass this person. But
Yeah, I
obviously
know.
They know the funk. Like they're living in their own funk.
Yeah.
So it's also tough like if you're going against them, because if you're like really next to them, you just be like, this person's got to realistically deal with them. But you're going against them, you got to make that decision. Do I need to tell this judge? Is he stinking real bad? Is this person stinking? He got to get up out of here. I'm sorry. He got to go.
Colin and LATRELL, have either of you guys ever tried to invoke this rule?
God, no. No.
I was close. I was very close. I was at a regional, and it was like the 7th round, and I was sitting next to my right next to me. He was on the right of me, and he just was funky.
Yeah.
And I had to sit through 20 minutes of it because he got too old quick. Walked up, and then everybody in the surrounding area just looked at each other like, man, this guy just stunk. Like, he got it. I'm glad he left.
That's wild. I mean, what do they do? Would the judge walk over, lift up the arms, give him a good sniff? Like, what happens?
No,
You can see the stank
I
lines.
hope not.
because
I certainly hope not.
They don't get paid enough for that.
no.
All right. Enough of that. That's crazy. Competitive Yu-Gi-Oh, Colin, you're part of this.
This stems from all major competitions in Yu-Gi-Oh, be it regionals, YCSs, nationals, and the highest form of competitive play, the World Championship Series, happening in about a week or two at the time of recording this, I believe.
Yeah. Very well said. And then Dak, we got some censored card art.
Well, that's another classic. I guess I don't want to say casualty of the dub, but I guess another reason from it. You know, a lot of cards, did get censored, especially over here in in the Americas. Whether it be something as simple as covering up a Harpy Lady, or it be something like kind of completely changing the style of a card a little bit, like removing potentially quote unquote demonic symbolage or whatever the case may be to help prevent our kids from getting corrupted.
Yeah, that really works.
Funny about that. What's funny about that? Some of these cards get released later as lost promos.
Yep.
Yeah, so
that was their long con though. They knew they could make money on it.
Yep, exactly. Kind of a way for them to make some extra money. Yeah. Tro, we got the God cards here, man.
What can I say? Obelisk obliterate. You know what I'm saying? We got Obelisk, Slifer, and Raw. These are the 3 God cards. They're one of the few cards that actually attribute its divine, which is really cool. And these cards just win games on their own. So they're also household favorites. Everybody loves them. Everybody has their own individual God card that they love. Just said Obelisk, so I'm already privy to Obelisk. So yeah.
Yeah, I also like how they are, Obelisk is blue, Slifer is red, Ra is yellow, and that's like the whole color of the card, which is also a very unique identifying factor. Final piece of the first stage of the Iceberg. Yu-Gi-Oh! Players can't read. This is kind of another meme within the Yu-Gi-Oh! Community. I am guilty of this as well when I play Master Duel. Listen, I think I'm a pretty good duelist if I do say so myself. But if my opponent's got 6 cards set up on their board, I'm not going to take the time to read every single card. And so if there's a quick effect or a monster that has protection, I don't know. I'm focused on making my plays, and I'll worry about the aftermath later. Now, that has not served me too well throughout my, Yu-Gi-Oh! Playing career. But listen, Yu-Gi-Oh! Players, it's not just me, right? And Trell and Colin, you guys play very competitively. It's not just me. It's a lot of people that don't read all the effects and just kind of rush through their turns.
Yeah, we also have moments where you triple read the card and you still don't know what it does.
Well, that
or
too,
you
yeah.
triple read the card and you just simply forget, oh, you're right. This card has more text on it. I only read that one effect for the 5th time. So
typically the ones that people miss are like the stat boosting ones. I have won several games, especially when I got my first top. That's how I won. I was playing a card, one of the Deco Talker modules that had a 500 attack boost. I am tagging to either okay, and I was like, yeah, this is a game. Like, how? I was like, it's getting 500 attack for everything it points to, and they're like, okay.
That is so funny. Yeah, it's it is true. And so even like Trell and Colin here, who are duelists that are above my level, I have no problem saying that, say that this is something that also affects them sometimes. So I feel a lot better. All right, we're diving to the next level of the Iceberg, and we're starting with Summon Dark Magician, Declare Direct Attack. If you are not familiar with Duel Links, this is a classic meme of early Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links where a guy is playing with his friends, and that's what he says, and then he says, that's game, and then he walks away. He sees a girl who I think is actually a pretty famous YouTuber or Twitch streamer. I can't remember who it is. And then him and this girl on the street start dueling, and it's a whole commercial. But that's where that phrase comes from. And then we got Yugi tubing, very familiar there. Colin, would you like to take that one?
I don't know. You're the Yugi tuber here, so
I don't consider myself one, but that's fine.
Yeah, well, your channel's only named Yu-Gi-Oh! Everything and exclusively Yu-Gi-Oh! Content. Why would you consider yourself a Yugi tuber?
Exactly.
Okay, but no, in all honesty, Yu-Gi-Oh! YouTubers, content on everything from the card games, new cards coming out, OCG, anime, anything like that.
Cool. Yeah, very well said. And then we got archetypes, LATRELL.
Yeah, archetypes are just like subsections of cards that all fit into a category, realistically. So an archetype can be like Sword Soul. Sword Soul is an entire archetype of cards. We also got the first archetype theoretically was Archfiends. Archfiend, there was a whole category of Archfiends there was a card that can search other Archfiend cards. But the main archetype that came out was Gravekeepers. Gravekeepers came out, and then these cards can be searched by another card, summoned by another card, that they all kind of bridge into each other, that are say each other's names, if I'm explaining this correctly. So not, but yeah.
Yeah, no, I think you did well. You did. I followed that along. And then we have part of those archetypes. Sometimes we get erratas, Dak.
Mm-hmm.
Errata?
Yeah.
Is that how you say it, errata?
Yeah.
Okay.
Tomato.
Sure, yeah.
Now, basically, those are ways to adjust, certain cards to help make them playable. Of course, over time as the game changes, certain cards needed to be banned or kind of removed because they just were deemed powerful or constantly caused OTKs or FTKs or whatever the case may be, made it unplayable for other people. So they fixed a lot of cards by kind of updating them. Some notable ones would be like Firewall Dragon, for example, or even speaking of Gravekeepers, I think Necro Valley's been fixed like 7 times since its release.
We'll get to that one. Don't worry. We'll get to that one.
Yeah, but yeah, it's a fun little tease there for you. But yeah, just updating a card, making it more viable. Pot of Greed will be banned forever because there's no nothing that you can do to change that. But,
yeah, no way.
No.
But yeah, that's how it works.
And then live duels. So the live duels is actually really, really fun. At different events, they will actually have the voice actors show up and duel each other in scripted events. We've seen it for the Japanese voice actors. We've also seen it for the English dub voice actors. It's a really fun featured thing that some events will have for their audience to go and watch. So that's what the live duels are. And you hope when you're watching a live duel, Colin, that we're not dealing with any decks that are tier 0. What is tier 0?
So this phrase has been changed around depending on who you ask, but mainly it's just when one singular deck in a Yu-Gi-Oh meta is so overly dominant that it's the only thing worth playing in that format. Like there's no real competition, there's no much counterplay to it outside of just playing mirror matches. Most famous ones: Performages and Pals, Tier Laments, Zodiac, currently Snake Eyes, and it's changed depending on who you ask. Like, how much percentage does a deck have to take up for it to be tier 0? Like, over 50%, 80%. Even, I believe on a YCS stream, one of the commentators, I believe it was Billy Brake himself, said, for a deck to be tier 0, it would have to be like 100% of Top Cut for it to be considered tier 0.
Wow.
Now he is wrong on that, so we're just gonna go. A lot of people didn't buy it, and a lot of people usually believe it's like if it's like over like 50-60%,
yeah,
and a little bit over.
Yeah,
I always thought 50 was that threshold for. That's what I always thought.
Yeah.
For tier 0. Yeah,
50% is like you're walking the thin line.
Yep. Love it. Yeah. And then we have the Prague series here, Zach. Obviously referencing another Yugi tuber there.
Yes. The Prague series, or I believe Progressive.
Yes.
One of those. This was a very cool series. I think it launched around COVID, kind of being the peak for it. But they basically went through. I think it was SEMO. Maybe I'm pronouncing that wrong. But okay,
Yep,
perfect.
Yep.
I've always read his name. I've never seen it. So great to know I got that right. But the basically the idea was they started all the way back at the beginning and went through kind of each pretty much booster pack, in order, kind of, playing and dueling with each card and kind of keeping track of, the wins, and the losses, between himself and people involved in the series. Definitely a great way to kind of check out the cards at the time and kind of see how things progressed.
Yeah. Very, very successful series for sure by two very, very good content creators in the Yu-Gi-Oh space. And then Trell, Yu-Gi-Oh doesn't credit its artists. I don't know if do you know about this?
Not much. I could just assume that we haven't really seen any information regarding who's actually doing the card arts. So my assumption is they just obviously not placing anywhere where the artist is being credited for creating such art that we've been seeing over the past 2 decades.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's pretty much all there is to it. I think you covered it really well. And then of course we have the WCS. Colin, I think you're very versed to talk about it.
Once again, like basically, just like I said before, the highest pillar of competitive Yu-Gi-Oh is the World Championship Series. Pretty much, or Worlds as people call it. It's the only for like very select group of people who either like do very well at regionals, collecting like whether you top or win, like accumulating points, winning the NAWCQs. And in some cases, if you are at Worlds and you win, you just immediately get invited back for next year.
I was going to say, and the last Worlds winner was from our state, Connecticut.
Oh, okay.
And one of the competitors goes to my locals. Shout out to Marshall. Love you, bud.
Oh, wow. How about that?
Yeah, Marshall.
Connecticut, always a little below New Jersey in a lot of the rankings. But, hey, you got us beat there. So congratulations, man.
Yeah, that's crazy. Crazy disrespect.
God, shot at all Connecticut people right there.
Then we got, it's all in good fun. Then we got Tag Force which is obviously a video game series that started, I believe, with GX, and a lot of people have kind of called it like a Yu-Gi-Oh dating sim. You basically pick a character, you can talk to all your characters. They're in the worlds. There's different dialogue. There's some unique storylines. I believe they've done Tag Force for GX 5Ds and Zexal. I think Arc 5 was World Duel Carnival or something like that. Very similar to Tag Force, but not actually Tag Force, and then which never came out in America, by the way. And then Vrains did not get anything, but yeah, Tag Force is just another video game series that has a lot of entries in its grip. And another video game is Legacy of the Duelists. This is the most recent game before Master Duel and Duel Links came out. It's a fun game. It includes content all the way up to Vrains, but it's nothing crazy. And in terms of like what a simulator should be for Yu-Gi-Oh, Master Duel blows it out of the water for sure.
Yep.
But also what the problem with that game is they never truly supported it. I remember they only did one huge drop of cards, and after that they never supported, they never updated the banner stuff. Those were the problems of those early era games. Like I think those were like 2013 to like 2016 games of Yu-Gi-Oh where they just never were supported. Besides Duel Links, I think Duel Links came out in 2016.
They dropped a lot of DLC for Legacy of the Duelist on on like Xbox and PlayStation. You can buy decks for days.
Yeah,
but they're all
the paywall.
That's it.
The paywall is ridiculous for that game. It's unbelievable. Crazy. Yeah. And then we have Rush Duels, Dak. People may have been very confused by Colin's cards earlier. Like, what the heck is that?
Thing.
Well, now we got to talk about it.
That beautiful card there is called a Rush card, which is Rush Duels is the current kind of a format, for our shows. Right now, Yu-Gi-Oh! 7s is the only show we have access to, of course, here in the States through Disney XD. And, I mean, pretty much it's the current format, completely new, style rules, slightly different field, format and just the way you play. It's something we would all love over here. That's all I'm saying. So can we, give us this game so I can have English versions of these cards that Colin's rubbing in my face?
I do want to point out one thing. Unfortunately, this is the only Rush Duel related thing on this whole Iceberg, which is a shame because there are some really good moments from Rush, card game and the anime, that would have done great on this Iceberg.
So you're telling me the girl on the phone is not on this Iceberg?
No girl on the phone.
Second.
No.
What?
Hold on. Give me a second. I got this. I'm updating this Iceberg. We're getting deeper.
Unbelievable. All right, but yeah. Obviously not a big Rush Iceberg. Yeah, Trell, yeah.
I think Rush Duel discs are actually really cool. The way they convert and compact into the Rush style of dueling, and then it's just when it pops up into the 7, I think that whole aesthetic is really dope to me.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Very, very well said. Rush is cool, and there's a lot of smoke right now that maybe we'll get it in the TCG. We'll see what happens in the coming days. Then we have you still take the damage, Colin, another ancient proverb.
Basically a meme that was popularized by Arc 5, a line repeated, I think almost once an episode from like a certain point onwards. But it was used a little bit in the previous shows, but Arc 5 onwards, you just saw it just constantly.
Yeah, no, it was an ancient Yu-Gi-Oh adverb. I think every time it came up, people would tweet that. Funniest thing. And then we have a movie, Trell, Bonds Beyond Time.
What can I say? This is probably almost everything you want in the Yu-Gi-Oh movie. Something that sort of ties back into the main storyline, because this was during the run of 5Ds. Then you have 3 generations of protagonists come through and just all battle one singular threat, and them show their mechanics off, show kind of their their combination skills. You have Jaden fusing Dark Magician with Neos. Who would have thought we would ever see something like that? And then we also have Paradox, who gathers Blue Eyes Malefic Dragon and Red Eyes Malefic Dragon, and use all these cards like Rainbow Dragon also as well. All these cards that come together to it's a great movie to watch. I don't know. There's not much to say about this because of how impactful this movie was. Because it's probably the greatest crossover in the world, in history.
Whoa, that's a big claim. Yeah, a lot of people want Bonds to be on time too with Yuma, Yuya, Yusaku. We'll see if that ever happens. But yeah, that's the second movie. The third movie, Dark Side of Dimensions, which is of course abbreviated DSOD sometimes. That is, I think, the best Yu-Gi-Oh movie we've ever had. Dark Side of Dimensions. Sorry, Trell. Very, very, very good movie. The end of basically the Duel Monsters manga, not the anime. So keep that in mind. Speaking of Duel Monsters, Colin, talk to me about this next one, Duel Monsters favoritism. Is that a real thing?
It's debatable. There's a couple instances where it shows that Konami really favors the original series, which I understand, but it is sometimes very blatantly obvious. Like, the Megatens for 2019 till now have all been Duel Monsters themed Megatens, and the biggest install was the Water Duelist pack, where in the OCG it had on the pack cover Nash and his new boss monster, but when we got it ported in the TCG, they scrapped it and changed it to an art of Mako Tsunami, which is just a stock image of him from Duel Links.
Terrible. That was such a criminal offense that they did there. Awful. And then we got retrains. Dak, what are these? Different than erratas.
Yeah, so kind of similar, a little different. Kind of reworking a card to kind of help it be revamped more for a modern day, as opposed to necessarily fixing it so it's playable. From like a ban list perspective. So you might have a card. Sometimes get a good retrain, and it works a bit better, flows a bit better with with its archetype. You might have ones that sadly don't anymore.
Right.
I'm sure both of these gentlemen have some good examples that they can list off here for us.
A good example, I think, Pot of Desires is obviously trying to be Pot of Greed, but it's once per turn and it has a heavier cost. That's the example of a really good retrain.
Yep.
I believe one of the Chaos Emperor Dragon Pendulum monster is one of those as well. That's a decent retrain that was made. I don't remember if it was made before or after Emperor Dragon got eroded, but it definitely was while it was still banned.
Also, I would like to say, Memento, I believe, is a fully retrained deck. It's like old cards that get retrained into a new archetype. I love that. That's a good retrain. Good example.
That's what retrains are, and I think we covered it well. And by the way, if you guys are watching, you have any bad retrains, please leave them down below in the comments. Trell, sticking with you, man. Card storylines. I mean, you could talk for hours on these.
Yeah, I won't try to ramble on this one, but card storylines are very beautiful. We have the branded storyline, which tells the tale of Ecclesia and Alistair and Albaz. You have the most famous one, the I'm flipping through my mind.
Dual Terminal.
Dual Terminal, that's the one I'm thinking of. With the ice barriers, you got Lavals, you got Vylons, you got all these other archetypes that flow into each other. And what's beautiful is the card art themselves tell the story about how the story progresses. And it's just a beautiful thing to see. And you also have like wonderful people who can break that down to explain what exactly happens from this card to that card. And imagine like the story can continually evolve. We're still getting cards for like Dual Terminal. Like we have a whole new set of ice barriers, a whole new set of infernoids, a whole new set of ritual beasts that tell a new story, or at least a new part of the story.
Yeah, no, very well said. And then we have remote duels, Colin. This was a pretty big thing during COVID.
Yeah. So during COVID, Konami still wanted to support local OTSs and still host some form of competitive tournaments. So they created remote duels, which is just using webcams and your laptop or computer. You would just duel remotely with people. It was a nice idea in concept. Execution,
A little bit of cheating.
Yeah, a lot of cheating.
Although,
if you have not,
I came up with this idea first.
There was the remote duel YCS, which had so many issues. Like, oh my god, there was like buggy cameras. It was on Discord, so Konami didn't know how to handle or like run their Discord, so someone in one of the channels was running a movie in between rounds during those events, and then just a whole host of other issues. It was a ton of fun, but it's kind of good that we're moving past it.
Chaotic fun, I'm
actual
sure.
IRL.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Trell, throwing it back to you. Blue Eyes Worlds. I mean, this is pretty brief, but Blue Eyes Worlds, one of the more popular decks.
Not at the time, because Blue Eyes, that one Worlds was actually a sleeper deck.
Interesting. Okay.
Nobody thought it was actually. It was around the time of
DSOD,
the Blue Eyes
right?
Structure deck. Yeah. They released a whole bunch of cards, and I forget the person's name. Colin may know. Literally snuck up and won Worlds, and nobody even thought about that. Like, I forget what the format was too, but like for it to win Worlds over Dark Magician, crazy.
So it's the blue. This one's kind of interesting because a whole lot of things kind of went in Blue Eyes' favor for this event. There were like a series of ban lists that hit the previous top decks, and also a weird little one where they released the Dark Side Dimensions movie pack in July of 2016 in time for Worlds, but the States didn't get the movie until January of 2017. So we got the pack like several months before we even got the movie, and a lot of people speculated that's just so Blue Eyes could be at full power for Worlds.
Yeah, I remember it was during Dark Side of Dimensions because that was like the whole theory that people had with this, where like, you know, did they really like boost Blue Eyes to try to like garner people back into the game and to see the movie? And I mean, crazy that if that was what they were trying to do, it worked. Yeah. Crazy.
Yeah.
We have missing the timing here, Dak.
Yeah, so this is an unfortunate thing that can happen if you don't play your cards at the right moment, or of course if you're not paying attention, you can very easily miss kind of the card effect window to be able to activate something, whether it be your own effect, it be a negate, whatever the case may be, and it can cost you.
Yeah. One of the many intricacies and delicacies of playing
More importantly,
Yu-Gi-Oh.
It's specifically when the card says when. That's when it misses the time.
Okay, interesting. There's a lot of phrases and words and stuff,
Nuance that if we all read, we would know.
Well, right, yeah.
That's true.
We got non-dual disc toys. This just pertains to all your non-dual disc toys. I mean, it's very self-explanatory. Funko has a massive collection with Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm looking at some of them right over there. U2s. There's a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! U2s as well. There's a lot of different, the statues and figures. There's a plethora of Yu-Gi-Oh! Toys.
Early 2000s, we had hundreds of like monsters that you get individually, and you could
plushies,
basically tons and tons of stuff.
Yeah, it's crazy. And then actually, this is our first one that we don't have anything for because we kind of took notes on these. Concepts through gameplay. Are we about to get stumped here, boys?
I think I got it.
Okay.
I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No. Please.
Go.
I think this revolves around like actually playing the game, right? And then seeing what archetype can be drawn out from playing said game. So
Agreed.
like for instance, like if the card keeps banishing, right? Maybe we make a deck out of cards being banished. Or cards being discarded from hand. That's how we got like Dark World. Like cards that want to be in a certain location, and we saw that to make it interesting, like archetype through this concept we're seeing that's being played in front of us.
Yeah,
I think another one also was that through like gameplay, sometimes you will just figure out lines and combos with your deck that you probably didn't notice or ever do before, like when you were testing, but you just found them out like on the spot. Mm-hmm. That's also another one, probably.
I fully agree with that. That's where my mind was. It's like you kind of get a feel for the combo strings the more that you play the deck. And yeah, I think that in a way it's kind of self-explanatory, but I think you boys hit the nail on the head there. And then next up is Shonen Jump promo cards, Dak.
Yeah, so these were always a fun one. Basically with each kind of just about each copy of the actual Shonen Jump magazine, you'd get it filled with, a bunch of different like manga chapters and different things, and usually they would have various cards, available. So you'd be able to, go ahead and order it and you'd get an exclusive card. It would have, an exclusive kind of set, printing on it, and, typically be a nice kind of special edition. They had all sorts of different stuff like Malefic, Truth Dragon, I think was one of them. One of the big first ways you could get that, from Bonds Beyond Time was through the Shonen Jump magazine that they were releasing around that time. And then they've done a lot over the years. I think they've stopped now. I may be incorrect about that, but I want to say I was gonna say
I think 2018, I believe.
I was gonna say I thought but they had a nice run of just a lot of different sometimes manga exclusive stuff, or sometimes things that you would find only in the anime versus things that you would just go out and get in a pack.
Yeah, very well said. And then Trell, I mean, help me, man. Yu-Gi-Oh jargon, compulse, garnet, hand trap. What's going on here, man? Are these real words?
No, yes, they're all real words. They're just like terms we use that other players can understand.
Right.
For instance, like compulse. Compulse comes from the card compulsory evacuation device. Well, basically says target a monster, bounce it back to the hand.
Yep.
So when I use a card that has the effect basically like compulse, I'll just say, yeah, this card compulses your monster back.
Yep.
So it's just an understanding. Like Garnet is similar to a brick or a card that you don't want to see in your opener. You want to see somewhere later down the line in your combo. And then a hand trap is a card that can be activated in your hand to trap your opponent to make a narrow escape.
Yeah, kind of a you reach, I teach moment when you get that one off.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
All right. Colin, the video game promo cards.
These ones are interesting. These are just promotional cards you get from all the various video games, and some of them, some of the choices they made on them were kind of interesting. Like you had some that were just like Legacy of the Duelist, for example, the latest one from like 2018 or 19 had some like old structure deck cards that we never got for some like Kotak or Cybers cards. And then there were some way back in the day that had like game-altering promos, like Disc Commander, Sinister Serpent, and probably most famously, Harpy's Feather Duster was a game promo.
Wow. Yeah, that's a good card. And then we have Cross Duels. Man, I mean, you could make the argument that this is one of the biggest failed projects Yu-Gi-Oh! Has ever done, especially in the last few years. This was a game that came out. It was supposed to be like a different way to duel, kind of more anime character focused, but it was basically just a different way to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Where there were it was basically a plus sign, picture it, where there's 4 duelists on each end of the plus sign or the cross, and they're dueling each other. The game launched. It was shut down within almost like a year. I think they announced that it was going to be closing within a year. The promotion for it was really terrible. I never even got the chance to play and experience it. It seemed like a fun concept, but obviously it did not work out well for Konami. And then we have, this is one that I didn't really know about. Satanic Panic / Boa Nuat Brazil. Colin, or I don't know if you know about it, Colin. Dak may know about it if you don't.
I'm just now learning about this, actually.
I found the link about it.
Yeah, Dak, please enlighten us, Dak.
I mean, from my understanding, this is a piece of lost media, so of course that's already great. It's a piece of lost, media lost history where, the idea was it was a TV broadcast where they were talking about Yu-Gi-Oh cards and how they were cards of the devil. It took place around the year 2000-ish, and it happened on like a news station in Brazil where they had a whole kind of a system where they were talking about how the game associates with Satanism, occultism, the Yakuza, and all these different kinds of things. And just saying that, Yu-Gi-Oh was a spawn of Satan, basically.
Right.
And it just, kind of set off a whole crazy thing and then disappeared into obscurity, and it's been a missing piece of history that people have wanted to find since then. So hopefully somebody out there has a recording, because I'd love to see it, because it sounds like it'd be hilarious to watch through.
That is crazy. Yeah, there was a lot of fear with Yu-Gi-Oh! And the magic element of it, in the early 2000s, as there was with a lot of things, which is kind of dumb. Colin, Dungeon Dice Monsters. This is a classic.
The one-off Duel Monsters sort of like spin-off game that was only in one episode of the anime. was it in the
it was like
part of
two.
the main storyline?
It was like 2 or 3.
It may have been 2 or 3 episodes. No, in the manga, it was not in the manga. It was not in the manga.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was gonna say I don't remember this one, and I believe it had a physical release.
It did.
I know it had a video.
I had it.
Yeah.
Oh.
I had the physical game. I've got some of the minis around somewhere. But they had a physical game. They printed not booster packs, but basically like booster packs, with the minis. So you would get, like I've got Buster Blade or somewhere, and it's a cool little looking mini of it. I can probably find it, if you want to put it up in the video. But it's just a nice little D&D size mini and everybody came with their own little cards and dice and stats and everything, and you would roll physical dice, and then you'd pick your little Tetris piece from a cutout, board piece and slap it down and play physically. It was a full-on board game.
As someone who has been streaming the Dungeon Dice Monsters video game from like 2001 or whenever that was released, it is fun, and definitely wish it was something that I wish Yu-Gi-Oh maybe or Konami put more effort into like keeping alive, but it's kind of dead now for sure. Then we have, of course, the secondary market,
which is just basically just reselling cards. Obviously, when you get your booster packs and you don't want them, the cards you don't want, you can obviously resell it to somebody or put them up on resale sites like eBay or very notably TCG Player, Card Market. These are sites that just sell off Yu-Gi-Oh cards, but not just Yu-Gi-Oh cards, card games in general. These also help get access to singles and other products that the primary market does not have anymore, or it's just not in rotation.
And then the Twitch Yu-Gi-Oh! Marathon. This was something that happened a few years ago where they would just stream on the official like Yu-Gi-Oh! Channel. They would stream like the dub of Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters like straight through. No stops, no interruptions. Mm-hmm. I can't remember if they did it for any of the other shows.
I think they did a couple.
Okay, I only remember the Duel Monsters one. Maybe they did a couple, but that's basically what this was, which is pretty funny because anybody that stayed up for all of that, all 224 episodes, they're sick. And then we have
and that's what subathons are for.
That is what subathons.
Exactly.
Yep, you're right. Yep. TCG versus OCG.
So essentially, same game, different formats. We follow different ban lists than each other. OCG gets card releases before TCG does. TCG also has their own exclusive archetypes that come out in the packs. So we're the same game, just somewhat different card pools for the most part, because they also have like magazine promos that we don't do anymore, and like manga promos, and like just a whole bunch of like little differences that do like add up.
Yeah, for sure. And then sticking with the TCG exclusive archetypes.
Yeah, so we've had a lot of those. Oh no, you're fine. Yeah, we've had a lot of those over the years. It's nice to see our own support, given kind of how things are in the OCG. I'd love to have a lot of what they have over there that they don't share. But in our side, we get things like Dangers and War Rocks and Ashen, and just a whole bunch of great kind of archetypes for our own that we can be able to use and have a good time with.
Yeah, and then very well said. And then Trell, I'm going to actually let you do these next two because they kind of go hand in hand, and I think they pretty much speak for themselves. Anime exclusive cards and video game exclusive cards.
Yeah, these are just cards that haven't been released in the physical, that we only seen them digitally, visually. Like anime exclusive cards is Armistice Legios from the Rain series. This is what Light's deck he was playing during the whole time.
Yep.
We still don't have that. And I don't know too many video game exclusive
Is
cards.
Kiteroid one?
Yes, that is.
Yeah, right? Kiteroid?
No.
Links?
Kiteroid was actually in GX. I did look that up.
Really?
That was the first card I looked up. Yes.
I didn't know that. I didn't know. So I guess that's a video game and an anime exclusive card then, right?
Yeah. Yeah, actually, yeah.
Wow, I did not know Kiteroid was in GX.
Yeah, I know Duel Links does have a few cards from the anime that are in their game that we don't have. I know there's a couple of them, but I don't think there's too many of them.
Isn't it like a tomato-looking card, right?
Yes. Yeah, one of that Zexel tomato guy.
Oh,
some of his
screw that guy.
Yeah.
Screw that guy, man. But well said, Trell. Colin, this is one that I don't know much about. I think you're going to take this one very well. Duelist Alliance changed Yu-Gi-Oh!
Duelist Alliance was basically one of the most game-impacting sets the game had ever seen. From this basically was, for many people, the start of what they consider modern era Yu-Gi-Oh! This was a set that introduced a ton of different concepts to the game, like Shaddoll fusing monsters from the deck, TCG exclusive archetype like Burning Abyss, still to this day one of those fan-loved archetypes of all time, and a lot of theory and a whole lot of like modern deck building kind of started with this pack. It is one of the most influential sets of all time. Debuted Pendulum Monsters, but we didn't really care about those too much at the time.
That's
It would be a while.
yeah, you're right before Pendulums took over. No, that's really cool. Then we have Number Monsters.
So number monsters are basically the kind of entire point and plot of Zexal. You know, each one is kind of tied to a memory of Astral, kind of the Yami of that series. And you know, with it, of course, we started getting them printed physically. You know, they're all kind of numerically, I think actually from 0 up through 100, but there's a couple even beyond that as well.
Mm-hmm.
And then pretty much the idea show wise was that every time they got one, he was restoring some memories and getting back to who he needed to be.
Yeah. Very, very well summation there. Then we have Yu-Gi-Oh! Mangas. So the Yu-Gi-Oh! Mangas, Duel Monsters, of course, is the most famous one, the original Yu-Gi-Oh! Even that is pretty different than what we got in the Duel Monsters anime. The Duel Monsters anime had a few filler arcs, and the entire first part of the Duel Monsters manga, or the Yu-Gi-Oh! Manga, I should say, was not shown in the anime. You can get a little bit of it in the Toei Season 0, which was mentioned, but the mangas are really interesting when you look at GX, 5Ds, Zexal, and Arc 5. All these mangas tell totally different stories. Some of them even have totally unique characters that were not present in the anime. Like Arc 5 had Eve and Adam. 5Ds, I can't remember, Sect. That was a very big character in the 5Ds manga that, of course, wasn't in the anime. And then Vrains, sadly, never got a Yu-Gi-Oh! Manga. But if you have not checked out the Yu-Gi-Oh! Mangas, they're totally different stories with the characters and cast, mostly, that we know and love from the anime. Highly recommend it. Then we have Yusei's win record. You could probably also put Yusaku's win record in this same category. It's just Yusei never lost a duel while 5Ds was airing in the present. I say in the present because he did lose to Jack in a flashback, but he is someone who literally, until Yusaku came in Vrains, was like the most untouchable protagonist in Yu-Gi-Oh! That you've ever seen. Really did lose to Kiryu in that speed duel during the beginning of the Darksiders arc, but because his bike gave out, it ended up being a no result, but realistically he did lose. Technically, though, he never lost, and he has an impeccable, undefeated win-loss record. Speaking with the anime Trell, the silly dub voices.
Yeah, back to what we were saying about 4Kids earlier. There's a lot of just funny voices. Very famously, I think it's Sean Schemmel doing his best Arnold Schwarzenegger impression for Amber Mammoth in the dub. That's a very good one. I'm trying to think of a few others.
Mad Dog against
Mad Dog.
Zayn, who did like the Mike Tyson voice.
A lot of them stem from GX, though.
Yeah, GX was goofy.
A crazy time. Just a crazy time.
Yeah, that's what made it so fun.
Yeah. Oh my god. Then we have going from GX to Zexal, we have the Zexal Shadow game. Yeah, so it's a very weird thing because the Shadow games, while they were mentioned, of course, in Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, after GX, they weren't really mentioned ever again, except for one episode of Zexal where it was shown that in the past, when we were getting all the Barian flashbacks, Vector and Shark basically took part in a Shadow game, a Yamino game against each other. And I think that's the only time a Shadow game or a Yamino game has ever been mentioned outside of the first two Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime. So really, really interesting fun fact and tidbit there, and a really cool callback, of course, to the the early stakes of Duel Monsters. And then Trell, I don't know this one at all. Problem-solving card text.
Yeah, so if I'm not mistaken, Colin, you could correct me. This is like around 2016, 17 timeline.
2011, actually. 2011.
Oh, earlier. So this is when cards are starting to add like once per turn onto their card effects, and just like making sure we can resolve some of these card effects properly. Adding if this card blanks something, just as an example.
It's card text cleanup, basically.
Okay.
And because there was a lot of just like, that's why, that's also one of the reasons why Necro Valley got eroded so many times, because there were so many extra words up on it that they were like, let's just reduce it a little, and a little, and a little, and okay, now we're good.
Yep.
Gotcha. Yeah. No, That's cool. I saw that, and that was something I had no idea about. So appreciate you going into that, guys. And then that's a Yu-Gi-Oh card in quotes.
I wasn't 100% on this one. I did find a link for a Drawception, which is kind of like the telephone game. So I don't know if you end up want to put that on screen, but it kind of follows the path. And the prompt that they had was that's a Yu-Gi-Oh card. So the first person had that's a Yu-Gi-Oh card. The next person got that and saw Yugi. So they drew Yugi and wrote Yu-Gi-Oh over the card. And then it kind of transitions into Yugimoto, and it kind of works its way down, somehow becomes Naruto somewhere in this whole crazy kind of transition through art and then text back and forth in this telephone game. But even outside of that, I do think it is also, in terms of the quote itself, a meme. I don't remember the origins, but I have seen it around, on like, comments on like Reddit and different stuff like that for different random things, like, like a magic, someone's talking about like a magic card, or like a, even like a One Piece or like a Dragon Ball Z card game card, they'll put that in on occasional ones that might have similar effects. So my guess is it's also kind of a bit of a meme, just kind of in terms of in trading card games in general.
Yeah, no, well, good research there, Dak, and of course I'll have that on the screen. All right, 2 levels down, beautiful. We're moving on to level 3. All right, next level we are starting with Frog the Jam.
This one is a classic one.
Yeah.
So the Frog the Jam was originally, I believe, a McDonald's promo that came out all the way back in, like, I don't even remember when it was. It was very long ago. It was a mistranslated card. It's supposed to be called Slime Toad, but for several years on, they never reprinted or did anything with the card, so it was just Frog the Jam, which is the incorrect name. So a number of the Frog support cards from that we kept getting for years on, like Swap Frog, Substitoad, I believe Ronin Toad and Dupe Frog, all had a line that said do X effect, X summon a frog, except Frog the Jam.
Oh my god.
Because of that. Yeah, and it was like that for over a decade plus until they finally fixed the card in, I believe, an OTS pack. And this is not the only card that does it. There's also a few outliers as well, like most famously, I think most people know this one, Red Eyes, what used to be Red Eyes Black Chick is now a Black Dragon Chick. It's not supposed to be a Red Eyes card, technically, even though by all accounts it is a Red Eyes card.
Colin, would Harpy's brother fall under that? Because they changed that card.
Yes, that technically counts, but that does count. Yeah, because that is not supposed to be a Harpy card. It is a completely different card called Sky.
Yeah, so interesting. Keeping it funny here, anti-drug PSA. I mean, you guys, if you have not seen this, this is a 4Kids commercial that aired in between episodes back in the early 2000s of Yugimoto, Dan Green as the Pharaoh, talking about never doing marijuana. He'll be a bad duelist if he gives into marijuana. It's an anti-drug advertisement narrated by Yami Yugi himself. It's the funniest thing. Please look it up because it is incredible if you have not seen it. And then Trell, in quotes, we have the next Zodiac.
So this line was made famous by a YouTuber named Lithium 2300. While he was because he reviews cards and deck profiles them and plays them on a simulator. And one of the archetypes he was using was Magical Musketeers. And he, at the time, prior to that, Zodiac was a tier 0 format. These cards were great. They just do so much at the time. So he made this line famous by saying Magical Musketeers would be the next Zodiac, i.e. create another tier 0 a tier 0 format where everybody's going to be playing Magical Musketeers. You later find out Magical Musketeers didn't do anything. They were here and then they're gone. But now they're back to playability. So
very interesting. That is the origin of that is actually hilarious. Then we have Dak, we have Duelists of the Roses, a fan favorite in the video game section.
Yes, we have Duelists of the Roses, which, if you haven't checked out that game before, definitely enjoy the many streams and playthrough here on the Yu-Gi-Oh! Everything channel. But to kind of summarize the game very briefly, very quickly, it is an older PS2 exclusive game. I want to say 2001, 2003, kind of in that range that it came out on between Japan and the States. Ultimately, the plot is Yu-Gi-Oh! During War of the Roses. Basically. You've got a couple houses that you can kind of team up with and kind of go through a story beating different different alliances almost, to kind of win the the one and kind of become the the best during the war.
Yeah.
Peace in the land.
It has a cult following, as do a lot of the games here. So Falsebound Kingdom is another Yu-Gi-Oh video game. It did come out after Duelist of the Roses. It's actually the only one of these four that I have yet to play. But I imagine the style is similar-ish to Duelist of the Roses in the sense that it's not traditional Yu-Gi-Oh. I think the important thing about all these Yu-Gi-Oh video games is you're really not playing traditional Yu-Gi-Oh in a lot of them. The next one, Forbidden Memories, that was actually before Duelist of the Roses, probably one of the first Yu-Gi-Oh video games, has such a cult following because it is an insanely difficult video game, and there are so many Twitch streamers that do challenge runs of this game. I'll see a video pop up on my YouTube feed every few months. Can you beat Forbidden Memories using only Exodia or something like that? And it's really got a massive cult following. And then Wheelie Breakers is one I've played. A lot of fun. It is basically Mario Kart, but for Yu-Gi-Oh! You are riding around on your D-wheels. You summon monsters. You're attacking your opponents. You actually have to, control and drive on the courses. It's a very, very fun game. Very simplistic. And all of these video games, I think the one thing they have in common, it's not what you would expect in a Yu-Gi-Oh video game in terms of gameplay. It's not like Yu-Gi-Oh at all, but they're all very fun in their own right. Minus I have not played Falsebound Kingdom yet. And honestly, Forbidden Memories drove me insane. I don't know if I'd call it fun. They all have made lasting impacts on people, I'll say that. Colin, going back to the dueling world, the Duel Terminal, this is a lot of fun.
This encompasses a ton, I believe almost 5 years plus of card archetypes. It started all the way back in mid 5Ds and didn't conclude until I want to say early to mid Arc 5. In terms of how many archetypes there was stuff like Ice Barriers, X Saber, Ally of Justice, Flamvel. The list goes on. There's so many. This is probably the most expansive of card lores that I think exists today, just because it spanned it went from 3 different series in terms of card booster sets.
Have any of you guys ever seen a dual terminal machine in real life?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Now, this is a funny story. This is from about this is 2017. It's when I was still in college. Somebody reached out to me and said that they had one of these machines and they were looking to sell it. So I had a lead. Now, I don't know if it was a legitimate, thing or not. And I said, how much would you be willing to sell it for? And they said they were looking to get $25,000 for it. I don't know if that's a lot or on the cheaper side. Now, remember, this was 2017. This was 7-8 years ago. Obviously, I would never spend that much money, but it is kind of a fun fact. It's a story I've not told often that somebody, again, it could have been a total scam, reached out to me interested in selling me one of these machines, but I've never seen one in real life. So these machines have always fascinated me. When's the last time you guys saw it? Was it years ago?
I think actually my locals has one of these.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there's a locals by me. That's not too far away from me that actually has one. Oh. It doesn't work, unfortunately, because what you're supposed to do is, I forget exactly, but all I know is you get a card from it, a little booster back from it, and then those cards can have dual terminal rares, which those cards in themselves are very, very expensive cards. Very notably, Trishula, Ice Barrier, is one of the most pricey cards out of that set, and it's very hard to find a one that's in good condition.
Wow. Yeah, interesting.
Just to add to your story, I think you might have been getting ripped off because I was looking it up and I saw one posted that sold 6 years ago for $1,200.
Yep.
So someone was either lying about having it or someone was trolling. Well, I guess that's the same thing. Or someone was just trying to scam me. Okay. All right. I was getting ripped off. To this day, I had no idea if that was a good price or not. Luckily, come on, $25,000. Come on.
Now you know.
Yeah, now I know. The next time that happens. Trell, Draco Slayer and the World Legacy, obviously two kind of decks here.
Yeah, these are 2 decks, and I think the next following are all of the same ilk, where these decks made meta contention. in their own timeline. Draco Slayer was noticeably played in a little bit of perform power with a slight engine. World Legacy had its own unique spin to it, where it was just link spamming. These independent archetypes, they did wonders when they were releasing at their time. They were pretty good. Not too many decks could stop them. There's also FTKs involving certain with the World Legacy. I'm pretty sure there's an FTK involving that with Equamax, if I'm not mistaken. But these card archetypes are just like one of notably in Yu-Gi-Oh's long line of history.
They're so good, Trell, that it turned you on your side when you were talking about them.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Blew his mind.
And Colin, would you say the same with Albez and Visa Starfrost, same ilk there, and Dialba Star, same ilk?
Yeah, Diablo Star is a whole nother one. So Albaz started in about 2020, I want to say, was the first time we got it. It spans a ton. This is one of the most expanded upon beloved lores in all of Yu-Gi-Oh! From archetypes like Dogmatica, Spring, Tri Brigade, Sword Soul. I think there's a few other ones I'm blanking on, but it is Arion, Sprite. It's one of the most beloved. It's spawned some of the most fan-loved and archetypes and storylines. Like, I think they're even like continuing it a little bit in some later products in terms of like the storyline and whatnot. Beastus is one that's probably the most broken of all of the archetypes, like lore archetypes. I think, with the exception of one, all of these have been like tier 1 meta contenders. Like, there's Scareclaw, the weakest of them, but like still has like YCS regional and I think national tops. Tearlaments, infamously a tier 0 deck. Kashtiro, one of the very recent deck, but one of the most hated decks probably in the most recent years. Manadium has a lot of competitive success, and then lore-wise, it's kind of a confusing lore. I gotta be honest, it's hard to follow.
Yeah, it is.
It's one of the more confusing ones. And then Diabellstar, the current one we got going on, that so far has spanned Snake Eyes, Goblin Bikers, White Forest, and the most recent set, the Azamina cards.
Yep.
Yeah. Never mind. I'm not even gonna say that. Very, very, very.
I know exactly. What you're gonna bring up.
Some gooner on Twitter ruined that card for me because of. Well, I'm not gonna get into it. All right. Dak. Just say it on topic. Strange translations, Dak. What's that pertaining to?
So my thought with this one was just the craziness that you can come across as some of these cards are translated in between, their base language, of course, of Japanese to, in some cases English, and then to their language, or of course from Japanese directly into their own language. There's a whole great list and different Reddit threads about it, but you'll see things like, and I'm not going to pronounce any of these foreign words just to save it, but you might have like, ant-eating anteater, be end up being kind of a translation for a card, and it's like, so that's an ant-eating anteater, or just a normal anteater.
Correct.
Because of the translation, it makes the words kind of stack like that. Or you have in Portuguese they translated I'm trying to see if I find it in my note here, like something like a Divine Wind of the Mist Valley. They managed to mess up the translation into Portuguese and use the word instead of using the word vento, which means wind, they put in vendo, as in selling something. So it's now become, seller of, the Mist Valley or things like that, where they just have these crazy translations because of it jumping between, like Sonic Chick became like Tone Chicken in another language. So there's a lot of different crazy ones out there, as it gets spread around the world.
Of course. And then the fan-made cards. There are beautiful. I'll actually show two right now. I don't know how well these are going to render in, but the Toon You Bell, Toon Relinquished. Fan-made cards are just cards like these two that people just make for fun. Our friend Goose, shout out to him. He's got a lot of he has a whole custom Sonic deck that he brought over to Jump Festa, I think last year, with an extra deck and everything, and it's all these Sonic characters as Yu-Gi-Oh cards. But again, it's just another way that the Yu-Gi-Oh community expresses themselves, and there are a lot of really, really cool fan-made cards out there. And then we have something that is just crazy. Linear Equation Cannon.
So this is one of the most incomprehensible trap cards ever printed, and this is a card that came out in 2021. Let me just read you this card effect. So,
all right, please.
During the battle phase, declare a whole number from 1 to 6. choose one effect monster your opponent controls, multiply the effect monster's level times the declared number, then add the number of cards your opponent controls, and check if the result equals the number of cards in your graveyard. If yes, send the top cards of your deck to the graveyard up to the declared number, and if you do, shuffle cards your opponent controls into the deck equal to the number sent. If no, you use life points equal to the declared number.
Are you kidding?
No, you need a
In
degree
short,
to
you have
black
to
card.
you have to do a literal, like, mathematical formula and like math problems to use a simple spot removal trap.
It doesn't even sound good if you get the requirements off.
It's kind of okay.
But for that,
Which is not good.
it has to be incredible.
It's way too much
Yeah,
mental
what the
investment. for this
hell?
card.
Yeah.
What
Some
is
people
also
tried
cool is that there's like 2 instances on the YTS live stream where 2 people actually got it to resolve.
Wow.
Which was really cool to see. But otherwise, this card is very hard to resolve because you would need a big brain. And
My brother, who's an actuary, and he got a perfect score in his math SATs. I don't think he could do it. I mean, that is unbelievable. That's an unbelievable card. Back to the goofiness. 4 kids contests.
Yeah, so there were a good couple of these over the years. More so, I would say, in early Yu-Gi-Oh, a lot of kind of more your end of DM kind of GX types of eras primarily when it was on like WB17, like that type of old. For the dub, where they would do just a lot of different things. There were some like, letting kids, kind of print out a form from the website and, kind of draw and submit a card design. You do the effect, you do, all that information, fill it out and submit it. And then they would go ahead and, pick one to be the winner and try to make it a card, if they could. Definitely a fun time. I entered that. I did not win. You have no cards by me in the game, unfortunately. But I will say, Elemental Hero Dark Bright is pretty close to what I submitted.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying.
oh, okay.
We'll give you credit for it. Yu-Gi-Oh! Music to duel by.
Maybe I'm an uncredited artist.
Yeah, that's true. We would never know. Yu-Gi-Oh! Music to Duel By is an incredible CD. It's one that I'm not even kidding. I have on my nightstand in my bedroom right next to where I sleep right now. It is a CD that came out in 2001. It's all English dub music. It's got classics like Face Up, Face Down, which was sung by Pegasus. Face Up, Face Down, Attack or Defend. Face Up, Face Down. This battle's to the end. You've heard that, right, Trell? Okay, you've definitely heard No Matter What. No matter what, let the games begin. No matter what, may the best man win. No matter what, we'll be friends forever. No matter what. Have you heard that one, Trell?
And this video just got copyrighted. This video is now
When's the next time
copyright
I'm going over your house?
It's probably out of tone enough. It's okay.
All right. Well, anyway,
When's the next time?
that I'm sure if the person who made this Iceberg is watching this video and they got to that part, I'm sure they're regretting including that one.
Yeah.
Trell, listen, get us back on topic here, man. Alt formats, what's that about, dude?
All formats is something that we and Konami created. Because at a certain point, not a lot of people like playing the current format that is currently happening. So we try to play other things, whether they be Time Wizard format, which is just playing older events in Yu-Gi-Oh, older timelines in Yu-Gi-Oh. Very noticeably, Edison, which happened in 2011, and XGS Edison, if I'm not mistaken. I said that correct. And notable decks are like Diva Hero, Black Wings. These are older style decks that play at a lot of slower pace, like GOAT. GOAT is like from 2003 to 2002. Yu-Gi-Oh, where it's just like, yeah, bigger monster, yeah, Mirror Force, yeah, BLS, and they have other decks varieties like Chaos and Hero. I think it's Hero Beat. No, not Hero Beat. I'm sorry. Like just big monsters and winning and stuff like that. Empty Jar. That's another one. And they also have like other formats, as in they have it's literally slipping. Heart of the Underdog, which is where you play. They ban all the top decks, and then you play like the decks that don't really get played too much, and then you play it like that. or commentary where you only play with common cards. So that format is actually really fun because there's a lot of cards that newly get printed common, and then they break the format because they're newly printed in common. So those are just like a few of them.
Yeah, no, really, really well example here. We have not gotten stumped yet. Here's one nobody put any notes for. Unique effect text wording.
I think I have a good example.
Okay, yeah,
I
please,
think
please.
This one, unique effect text wording. I believe this might refer to like, I know there's one archetype. I think it was the for hire monsters where they had to change the wording on these to play around with like a pun or something. So instead of saying X effect for hire monster, it says you can summon a monster for hire. Instead of like, so they like played around with that a little bit to play with the theme.
Okay, interesting. I mean, that I don't have anything, so I mean, I think that's probably.
I mean, yeah, that sounds about right.
Sounds right. We
That's
can't
awesome.
can't get stumped here, boys. For the
No, we're not.
for the greatest Yu-Gi-Oh! Well, 3, and then there's me. All right, we can't get stumped. Dueling book. Colin, I'm sure you played on this site many, many times.
Many times. This site came about after the original version of this, which was Dueling Network, which was basically just Dueling Book, but like before this one came out, and it was like not as updated and like modernized as Dueling Book is with like all the different alt formats and whatnot. But what had happened was Dueling Network got hit with a cease and desist by Nihon Ad Systems. Yeah, the NAS.
Oh boy.
They're not striking Yu-Gi-Oh content, they're striking online simulators.
Woo!
Apparently the art was the problem with that, so they tried getting around it by taking away the card art images, because like some of them related to the anime and whatnot, even though some of them also didn't, so I don't know how that worked. But eventually they shut it down, and then I want to say like a few months later, X Steven created the predecessor in Dueling Book, which is basically everything Dueling Network was, just more up to date and everything, and it's still running to this day.
Yeah, NAS, they're a fun company, I'll tell you that. Emergency ban lists / BOSH optional ban list.
So in February 2016, amidst the Tier 0 Performages and Pals format, there was a adjusted ban list, the first and only of its kind. Yeah, I use air quotes because it still doesn't even sound real, where Konami made an optional emergency ban list that hit cards out of the Tier 0 Performages and Pals deck. However, the ban list was optional, and OTS stores got to choose if they abided by this or not, and they wouldn't risk their OTSs if they didn't follow this list. It's a very strange one, and as something that has not happened before or since this list.
Yeah, that is crazy. Wow. I wonder if we'll ever see that again.
Followed it.
Yeah, I wonder if we'll ever see that again.
Mean, yeah.
Crazy. We have the Get Your Game On 2007.
Yes, I love this one. It's one of the cards that I want to get, but I'm just too lazy to or poor to spend the money on. I haven't looked it up. I don't know. It's probably inexpensive now. No, it's probably up there. This is basically was a World Championship card called Get Your Game On, and the logo of the card, and I'm sure you'll put the art up and everything, was basically just World Championship 2007. It's a spell card, and it says the description says you can only play this card if you were present at the 2007 Yu-Gi-Oh trading card game World Championship. The attack of all your elemental hero and Neospatian monsters on the field is doubled, and it's a continuous spell card. So it's definitely a fun card. It's obviously not one that can be used in official duels or anything like that, and it definitely has that stamped on it. But it's just kind of a fun idea to be able to have a nice anime callback to, of course, one of the main protagonists, kind of a almost the theme of the show, one of their catchphrases, more or less, and kind of be able to have all that kind of tie together in a nice little package to give everybody back something special.
Yeah, super cool. And then we have the broken game AI. I mean, it's very self-explanatory. There's a lot of video games with Yu-Gi-Oh! Where the AI is just really, really stupid. I mean, there's no other way to describe it. Been playing Capsule Monster Coliseum, Duels of the Roses, and sometimes you're like cornered in these games, and then the AI does something that like lets you get back into the game or loses the game for them, and it's just unbelievable. So the even now in Duel Links, if you all you have to do auto duel with one of your Duel Links decks and see the plays that AI makes, and you're gonna give it 2 or 3 duels and your stomach's gonna start turning. It's unbelievable how bad some of the AI is, and that's probably what this is definitely referring to. And then we have Master Rules, Colin.
So these are basically, they kind of just break up into the different eras of Yu-Gi-Oh! We got Master Rule 1, which is basically Synchros and Tuners. Master Rule 2 is Xyz monsters. Master Rule 3 is Pendulum monsters. Master Rule 4, most famously, was Link monsters. And then the most recent one, which was Master Rule 2020, which were Fusion, Synchro, Xyz. These most pretty much all the extra deck monsters, like the Pendulum monsters, can now be summoned directly to main monster zones, as opposed to needing Link monsters with extra monster zones.
Yep, very, very well said. A lot of Master Rules. It's just basically the board changing, with Yu-Gi-Oh! As you get new stuff. Then we have Pojo, a site I've gone to infrequently, but I know of it. This site.
Yeah, so that site is I mean, I'd say it's almost like a Yu-Gi-Oh organization, type of site, a Yugioh.org, but spread out instead of just focusing on Yu-Gi-Oh content to a bunch of other different areas. So while Yu-Gi-Oh and some TCGs, Pokemon, Magic, Card Fight, DBZ are kind of your main focuses, it does also focus on things like Harry Potter and Transformers and board games in general, and even video games. So it's kind of more of an amalgamation of everything together. But I would say something like Yu-Gi-Oh is probably still their main kind of focus, along with those other TCGs. I know just pulling up the homepage right now, all I see is Yu-Gi-Oh and Magic, everywhere. So definitely I'd say that's their big focus, but they've expanded it and have a nice, probably nice little following, forums and everything.
Yeah, well said. I'm probably going to need to bring you three on this one a little bit. The Tokyo Dome riots. It's something I am familiar with. It is definitely not a great day in Yu-Gi-Oh. I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory, but I don't know if any of you guys have maybe more specifics that you want to give, just briefly, as to kind of what led to it.
So this one, I believe at this event, I don't remember if it was a World's Championship, but there was also a booth selling the Head of Exodia, and at the time, all of the pieces were released in various different strategy guides, game promos, I believe, and and then the Tokyo Dome was the only event where the head was going to be available. So because of that, they were well over capacity, and then the riots and everything broke out, and then I believe there's actually an LA Times article on this somewhere as well.
Yeah, there should be, and I linked forward a very big Reddit post. I mean, it's the biggest post I think I've ever seen on Reddit. It's crazy. But it goes through all these different sections and kind of catalogs throughout the whole history. But I mean, that's basically the idea.
Yeah, sorry, definitely not a great day for sure. And then Trell, this is a fun one. Rank 13, level 0. Do these exist?
Oh yeah. We got number IC 1000 Numeronia. A card that just came out in Master Duel, Raid Raptor, Rising Rebellion Falcon. Those are all rank 13 monsters. They're very unique to summon. That's why rank 13s are very cool to have. And then you have the level 0s like Ultimate Tizoken, from Thousand Lord, Bish Vulcan, which these cool. One is based off Crimson Dragon. And both of these cards are really cool because the way you summon them is very unique.
Yeah.
To get them out. And Bish Vulcan is cool because it always involves the FTK. So that's why I love Bish Vulcan.
Yeah, very well said there. Definitely unique cards. Colin, you were itching to talk about this one an hour and a half ago. You finally get your chance here. Necro Valley. Just one word.
So we've brought this up a couple of times already, but Necro Valley is one of the most eroded cards of all time. And there's for several reasons, there's basic ones moving around text of the attack boost to the top instead of the bottom, or changing magic to spell. And then there's just ones that just change how the card operates, originally saying negate cards and effects that would affect a card engrave, what does that mean? And then they change it to other ones that say like negate cards effects that target in the grave. No, it's just for targeting. And then there's later ones that say negate cards effects that would move a card to a different location. Which, okay, now we're finally getting somewhere. And then the most recent one was that, and then they added another effect that said negate cards and effects that would change types in the graveyard.
What?
So they just added a whole other effect that wasn't there in the most recent printing.
That's crazy.
And it's to this day they're still like just errataing this card to like even if it's just like small changes. Like it's got, I believe, like over 8 different erratas at this point.
That is so funny. Yeah, and I'll have all the erratas on screen as well while you were just talking. Korean exclusive archetypes.
Yeah, so this is another. This is kind of more of another example, just another archetype being kind of made outside of the base home of Japan, kind of home of the card game. Instead, in this case here, you actually have Korea kind of taking some steps after us here in the TCG and deciding to kind of dip their toes in it. Paleozoics, is kind of their big main one that I think is most known. Obviously, it's not as exclusive anymore since we have it, in different printings and of course, just in different games and everything now. But that was kind of the big one where they were jumping in, for the first time and kind of testing the waters with making their own.
Yeah, a lot of exclusive, kind of similar to the TCG ones as well that we have here. Fur Hire's effect text.
So I brought this one, I believe, earlier in one of the ones we were stumped on. But yeah, the Fur Hires were worded in a way that no other cards are really ever worded. Even to this day, they're not really worded the same way these are. Because they say, like, during the main phase, you can summon a monster Fur Hire and do an additional effect. Like you don't see that anymore. Like you don't say like monster for death or like all that other stuff.
Right.
So like these are the only cards that I believe to say are still the only ones that have this type of like text to it.
Yeah, really, really interesting. Yeah. And then LATRELL magic cards.
Yeah, so if you didn't know, at a certain point early in the game's creation, spell cards weren't spell cards; they were actually magic cards. Mm-hmm. And then they got into a legal dispute with Magic the Gathering, so they had to change it to spell cards. That's why we all have spell cards now. So if you open a old Blue Eye set, you'll see that the magic card you get, like Raigeki, would only say magic card on it instead of saying spell cards.
Even in the anime, they would refer to it as magic cards as well. Magic so card, yeah, yep. A lot of people wonder why that change happened. It was because of that suit, right? We have Dark Spellion, which of course was just a Master Duel translation error for Dark Magician. I don't know if you had anything more that you wanted to add to that one, Dak. That one's.
I mean, that's kind of the bulk of it. My theory behind it is that they probably, as they imported and brought in a lot of cards, actually to that similar type of effect, a lot of them were probably still listed as magic cards or things like that, and they used something to, find and replace magic in every single one, because obviously you can't spell magician without magic, and it changed it over to Spellion. So that's my thought.
It makes a lot of sense.
My theory is that they did that, and then it became good old Dark Spellion for a while.
Yeah, I like that a lot. And then we have Air Neos / Missing Master Duel cards. Those really could be 2 separate ones. I've done a whole video on Air Neos. It's an elemental hero monster that has not been reprinted and is not really in any video games. And Konami, for whatever reason, it has never been stated straight up. A lot of different theories on it. They just will not acknowledge that card's existence. It's very, very strange. It's not like it was a broken card or anything. It's just there's got to be some sort of copyright issue. Missing Master Duel cards, there's plenty of them. I know Question is one, and like the cards where you have to, with Question, you have to like, your opponent has to guess which card is at the bottom of your graveyard. If they get it wrong, you can special summon that monster if it's a monster. Something like that. For a card like that, you would have to then allow your opponent to like either search or type through a database of every single card in the game. So I get why cards like that are not in Master Duel. There's also a lot of Kazuki Takahashi card artworks that are not in Master Duel as well. So that's kind of what that pertains to right there. Air Neo certainly very, very strange. And then Cosmo's Strange Origins. These cards are based on Wizard of Oz and Star Wars, seemingly. I guess because it's a mixture of both of those IPs, it's strange. Because Wizard of Oz and Star Wars are very much like polar opposites.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit. But apparently Dark Lady is supposed to represent Elphaba. Cosmorning is supposed to represent the death of Darth Vader. I'll have all those like representations on screen right now. But I think the Strange Origins part, I imagine, comes from the fact that it's two polar opposite IPs in Wizard of Oz and Star Wars. And there's heavy thematic elements from both of those movies. This is the last one in this section that we don't have anything on. We have figured it out. We have not been stumped yet. Yep. Yu-Gi-Oh! Game composers.
My initial thought for this one was just nice and simple. It's just referencing the people who make the music.
That's what I figured too. I didn't know if it was something deeper or darker.
I didn't know.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm assuming that maybe they don't get the credit they deserve either, or something like that. But that would be the only thing I could think of.
Right, that it's like unlisted, uncredited game composers for different video games. That's where my mind went to as well. Okay, cool. All right, well then listen, I'm going to think we've been perfect so far. Colin, kicking it back to you. Cards for real life events.
So these are mostly for the World Championship prize cards. I believe a couple of them, or all of them, I'm not exactly sure how many of them, but I do know a couple of them are the World Championship prize cards are designed around the location that the World Championship takes place in that year. I don't remember any specific ones, but I do know that there's a number of them out there. Like I think there's one for Vegas. There might be one for some. I don't remember what Worlds was last year though. That was the problem. I believe was it Tokyo last year that Worlds? I don't remember the prize card for that one, unfortunately, but I do know like a number of them were based off the locations.
Oh, really? That's really cool.
Prize card.
Yeah.
It's still another verse. It's the one.
Those are the YCS ones. The World Championship ones.
Yeah.
Trell, speaking of cards, the platinum cards.
These.
I don't know anything about. I don't know this. I don't know this one.
No, these are basically like crazy priced items that they're trying to sell to collectors that they kind of make from time to time, but we as a community, we just always laugh at them because I think their most recent one was the Dark Magician Girl that they try to sell, and then after that was the Blue Eyes and the Dark Magician. But these never go anywhere. Not too many people buy them. They're absurdly expensive. It's just
they're the things you'd see on that infomercial, back when they had like the the special president's collection of coins, or whatever. That's where I would expect to see them more than anything.
The funniest part about these is that these were first made in 2021 during COVID. A time when everyone had plenty of money to spend and throw around.
Yep, that's probably why they made them. Yeah, crazy. The Upper Deck is next.
Upper Deck. Well, that is a name from the past. We'll say Upper Deck. Were the pretty much the original owners of the Yu-Gi-Oh TCG. They had some kind of legal disputes, with Konami and everything, which kind of led to obviously the licensing being removed. There is a set of Upper Deck cards. Kind of one little set there, and some little odds and ends here. But most people would recognize or remember Upper Deck from their millions and millions of sports cards. That would be their biggest thing. But then they also do have things like a Marvel run and things like that. But primarily, I would say it's always been sports focused. And it's crazy to see that and remember that they had Yu-Gi-Oh, very briefly in the very early days. We're talking like even before the anime was probably really airing and getting going. Yeah,
it's crazy. Jesse Wheeler, this is a fun one. Only exists in the dub. I've done plenty of videos and shorts on this guy. Random guy in the crowd says, nah, it's his cousin Jesse Wheeler when someone asks if that's Joey Wheeler dueling in 5Ds. It doesn't happen in the original version, but it's a fun little thing. Yeah, it's a fun little thing that the dub added for sure. Then we have 3X Dino Smashers Fury / Have You Read Misk.
This is a classic one. So, Have You Read Misk is a famous quote from Farfa Yugioh. I think I don't remember the context. He was just on a stream doing a deck profile with someone who topped with this deck, and then he just said, "Have you read Mists?" when explaining Miscellaneous Saurus, and that kind of just became a meme. And then the 3 times Dino Fury, a unbelievably powerful structure deck where a lot of times you could just buy 3 of this card or cards, 3 of this structure deck, and you could do reasonably well in an event. And one of my favorite stories of this is a guy at a 2017 London regional, I believe either won or got, I believe, like 3rd place with just 3 structure decks, a few extra staples, all on a McDonald's food tray as his playmat.
Oh my god.
Goated.
That is
Absolutely.
what a power move. That is insane.
Big time.
Wow. And then we have making the CPU surrender.
Yeah, so speaking of power moves, now in some of the different games, obviously, as you play against the CPU, most of them they'll just fight you to the death. That you can sit there and just have Labyrinth Wall on your field, and they have nothing to beat it. They'll just keep drawing till they deck out. But in games like 5D's World Championship Reverse of Arcadia, I know that's kind of the big example that came to mind when I was looking at the list. Was you could create and do a Yada lock that would basically make the CPU surrender because it just knew it couldn't do anything, so it would just give up. And it was coded into the game, so you would get surrender points for your opponent surrendering. So I know that's the big one, but I know some of the other games you could do it here and there as well, but it took a lot. But yeah, you can make the computer give up against you, which I think is a pretty impressive feat, to say the least.
That is so weird sounding that you can actually do that. Then we have Revolver's trap cards, this referring to the character from Yu-Gi-Oh! Vrains. Revolver was the rival in that show, played the villain in the first season, or the antagonist, and he used trap cards like it was nobody's business, man. Crazy usage of Mirror Force. I know Magic Cylinder was another one that he used, Imperial Order. He used legitimately OG, but really powerful, especially back in the day, trap cards. And he almost made trap cards cool again throughout Yu-Gi-Oh! Vrains. Really awesome to see all those trap cards used, but definitely used some classics throughout the show. And then we have something that I've actually never even heard of before, the Joey 9.
So the Joey 9 is, and I believe I'm on the right track with this one, was in reference to 9, and I want to say it was specifically 9. It may have grown since then. Normal monsters that had their flavor text redone to be like Joey, like Joey speaking that.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I know what.
Okay.
So, yeah.
He's got monsters. I think it was Legacy Collection or Legendary Collection. Joey's World was the first time that they started to appear. There were things like Alligator Sword had it, Anthrosaurus, and I do have an Anthrosaurus pulled up just as an example. I'm not going to do a Brooklyn accent. I'm sorry, but he, it is in Master Duel that you can pick up this version of the card. But it says this man dinosaurs got a high IQ, even though he's lacking in the strength department. He's got all that. It's got and it even goes as far as to say kind of like use if you had a high IQ. Nya, it's got the nya and everything in there to give it the full Joey, kind of feel. And I don't know what possessed them to do it, but I love it, and I would love to see a full version of his deck like that. Give me 1,000 Dragon, with some weird text or whatever, for it too.
Yeah, that's a good find there. And then we have Yu-Gi-Oh! Is supposed to be a horror manga. I mean, all you have to do is watch Season 0. In the very beginning, Yu-Gi-Oh! Was not a card game. It was supposed to represent a bunch of different games, which is why in Season 0 and early on in the manga, you see a bunch of different games being played. There are a lot more creepier and scarier and more disturbing, frankly, elements and punishment games in the early stages of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Manga. And so, it was originally intended to be a horror manga. Card games started selling really well. And then, of course, they focused more on the card game as it went on. And then to finish this level, Brave Battler versus Knight of Hanoi. Of course, Naoki, our good friend, versus the Knight of Hanoi. What an incredible duel this was.
Top 10.
Two characters genuinely bricking, which is something that never happens in a duel. And it almost broke the immersion, because when you watch a Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime, you're like, oh, they're always going to, flop the nuts, as I like to say. They're always going to get like the best starting hand that they possibly can. And meanwhile, you have these two fools get absolutely nothing to start the duel, and they like bluff it, and it's the funniest thing in the world. So I'm happy that that duel actually made this Iceberg, and that is going to take us to the end of level 3 as we go deeper here into level 4. All right, level 4, we're starting with an elemental hero. Trell, I'm going to kick it to you. Free Stratos.
Yeah, this is an old meme. The card was like on the ban list for like 5 years, even though like after like year 2, it didn't need to be on the ban list. So everybody would like to say just like free Stratos because he doesn't deserve. The Heroes wasn't really doing anything at that time, and the card would just after a while just need to be unbanned. Because I think it was at 1 for the longest, and then it was banned, and then everybody was like, why is it banned? Why is it still here? It's more than deserving of coming off. And then finally, when it came off, everybody rejoiced. All the hero players went crazy.
Yeah.
I do remember vividly the day Stratos got unbanned. The reactions were like, it was like the shot heard around the world when Stratos got unbanned.
Yep.
Like, people went nuts over it.
Crazy. Unbelievable. Well, Colin, what about this one? At least it's good in Duel Links.
Oh boy. So I believe this is referring to a lot of cards that are were not typically played in the TCG, but were absolute killers in Duel Links. Like some examples like Harpies, Amazonas, and just like a bunch of cards that like you wouldn't expect to be, that were never played in the TCG, but were actually like meta decks in Duel Links. I believe most recent, most recent one I believe is like Star Seraphs, which I don't know how that one happened, but apparently it's a tier 1 deck. So you tell me. That one.
I don't know. It's crazy. What about rank 10 trains?
Well, I mean, I would say it's safe to assume that this is in reference to the good old train deck run by our wonderful, was it Anna Kaboom?
Anna Kaboom,
but it's become a really blown up as an archetype for some, I'd say some Yugi-tubers out there. I know Rada likes it a lot. I know certain Super D-Prot tends to like it as well.
Yep.
I don't know if it's maybe a rhyming thing that makes people like it as much, but it's definitely a fun one to say the least. And of course it's just great to see these smaller things just turn into these nice huge big old trains, and a fun type to play around with.
Yeah, no, well said. And then Trell, I think is another old meme. We're giving you the old meme trends here in level 4 Iceberg. Cowboy for game.
Yeah, this is simple. You stack one level 4 on another level 4, and you make Gaga Cowboy in defense, and then its effect in defense is burn your opponent for 800 damage. So you get your opponent low enough where it's just Cowboy for game.
Cowboy for game, bro. Yep, I love it. Love it. Then we have Pain96. What a legend this guy is. So this guy comes by my videos a lot, streams a lot, which I always appreciate. He's kind of a legend when it comes to the Yu-Gi-Oh community. Tweeted every single day, would write comments and videos on streams.
Yep.
Every day we did not get volcanic support. It went up, as Colin did the research here, 1,505 days before we finally got volcanic support. But I'm not even kidding you. Every single day he would tweet about it. He would comment. The dedication was unmatched. And Pain96 deservedly is on this Iceberg. What a legend, and especially a legend for the volcanic community. The European plants, Colin.
So this is one that a lot of people just don't know exactly why it keeps happening. So for some reason, from 2022 to even present day as recently, at European World Championship qualifiers, the WCQ, have back-to-back years either been topped by or won by Rika Sun Avalon plant deck. Most famously by, now unfortunately retired for the time being, Jessica Robinson. But to this day, no one can understand why it keeps happening. Because if you look at North American events and stuff, you do not see a plant deck anywhere. Like almost anywhere.
So
but in Europe,
weird.
they love plant decks. It's like it's a meme for them at this point.
Yeah, and it does well too. So weird. Then we have, of course, our favorite Firewall Dragon dodges the ban list.
Yes, a good old classic. I guess I'll say slight controversy with the community there for a little while. Good old Firewall Dragon, had a lot of power. We'll say back in the day, could cause a lot of trouble, a lot of mayhem, but yet it kept dodging the ban list every turn. It really was an example of a card that had anime plot armor, in real life. It was one that everything around it that it could mesh with would get banned, but it would still be fine. I know still some of the big running theories are, of course, as it was supposed to be. Playmakers, ace monster. Obviously, even in terms of the anime side, it really didn't get a lot of play. You didn't see it that often. Anyway, my guess is because they were trying to figure out and navigate through course correcting and if they were going to ban it or not. But in that meantime, it was the cover of a pack. It was the big monster. It had his 2500 attack, classic pro tag staple and all that. And then finally, things kind of resolved. But yeah, that was the good era, we'll say, of the day.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. And then Trell, another anime deck here, going to Kiryu 5Ds, setting Infernities.
Yeah, so Infernities, the deck involves like playing with no cards in hand. So actually, players would sneakily do, if they had monsters in their hand that they need to get rid of, they'll pretend that they're spells and traps and set it face down, which is actually pretty illegal thing to do. So when people would go, okay, for instance, MST pop that face down spell or trap card, they'd be like, no, let's just go to the next game. Because they didn't want to reveal that was actually a monster that they set in the back row.
Interesting. Yeah, very, very interesting. Yeah, that's crazy. And then we have another crazy one, the Mad Lobster, where this one, like the original, the art for it's very clearly, I can't remember what it ripped off, but it very clearly ripped off art from like another IP. And I'll have that on screen right now, but there's a few early cards that like the art is almost clearly ripped off from like other art, and I'll have it on screen, but that's why the Mad Lobster is listed on here. And then we have Lord of the Pit.
Yeah, so Lord of the Pit going in the other direction as opposed to just ripping off. Lord of the Pit is actually an example of where they drew inspiration from a card as opposed to just stealing the art or kind of take my homework but change it a little bit, kind of with
Right.
it. They took Lord of the Pit. He's a similar looking design, but he's a Magic the Gathering monster. He's got his own, of course, effects and everything, but he's pretty similar in terms of general design as Summon Skull. And of course, he ended up being kind of that inspiration. There's also another one that I know gets often kind of lumped together with Lord of the Pit called Morphine or Morphinin, which of course ties to that. That's a monster with the same name, just a slightly different spelling, and of course a slightly different appearance there as well, which is a fiend from back in the old days there of Magic Ruler, I think was the set it came out in. Maybe Metal Raiders, like it was early on that we saw that. But funnily enough, both of them ended up kind of being more popular in the Yu-Gi-Oh format than their Magic the Gathering monsters as well.
That is a fun fact there about Lord of the Pit. And then we have Speed Duels. Rest in peace, Colin.
Yes.
Rip.
Speed Duels was one of the old formats that Konami tried to push onto players. It never really took off on initial release. It did have a bit of a boom during like 2020 onwards when like we were all under lockdown and people were trying other like non-modern era formats. It eventually made like the Speed Duel Battle City boxes, which were a massive success and kind of just reignited people's interest in Speed Duels, because it was like a fully like draftable set with like multiple different decks and skill cards. And obviously it's basically just paper Duel Links with a different format, obviously, and like different card pools. But eventually, it kind of hit its like expiration date basically, and now it's about to be retired now. Which
Yeah.
I do, for what it was, the box sets did offer very interesting like rarity upgrades, like secret rares and like oil printings to cards that normally wouldn't have it, and also did occasionally like reprint an expensive card that like needed a reprint, like kind of randomly because it was like acceptable power level for Speed Duel as a format.
Yeah, very interesting. And of course, just came to an end somewhat recently. Does it make clear the way for Rush Duels? Yeah, we'll have to wait and see.
Sure hope so.
And then
Please.
Trell, I think you spoke about it a little bit earlier. It's here in a different wording. Fan-made formats.
Yeah, so before we actually got like 2011 format, which is Edison format or Go format, these are originally like fan-made formats that we as players created that Konami kind of adopted into their own niche. We also have like Trinity format and other Rogue formats. Another cool format is Highlander, where you only play one card of each. So you can only have one MST, you can't play another one, or one Blue Eyes, you can't play another Blue Eyes. So it's very like you're playing a hodgepodge of cards in your deck that hopefully can synergize into something nice. It's actually like playing in the anime where everybody has one card of each.
Yeah.
And they're playing it.
That's cool. That's really cool. And then we have Dawn of a New Era.
Yeah, so Dawn of a New Era was an update that they were doing for the good old Yu-Gi-Oh! Pro. So for those of you remember Yugioh Pro,
Yep.
It was a pretty much an app. I mean, a game that you could download, and it was meant to be almost like a Master Duel type of idea. You had your game, you could easily play and access all the different cards and various formats. Both TCG and OCG and everything like that. It kind of replaced for a lot of people things like Dueling Book and Dueling Network and a lot of those different things. And it kind of started to fall off. They weren't really keeping it up to date. They weren't really promoting it, so there weren't as many players or things like that. So they decided to do kind of a nice big old rebrand, which they launched a while back, called Dawn of a New Era, with updated features and cards and things like that. But a lot of what I saw about it from people is that it pretty much was a good chance you'd get malware if you downloaded it.
Yeah.
So I'll stick with Master Duel.
Yeah. Colin, is this dramatic or is this real? Yu-Gi-Oh! Almost died in 2018.
Extremely dramatic.
Okay.
We go through cycles of this. Like, we're going through a cycle of this right now.
I know we
Like,
are. I know.
This one
Right now.
in particular did kind of like strike a nerve with people. Like, it was mainly just due to a series of like FTK centric formats, meta decks that that people didn't like the play style of, Firewall Dragon debacle. And despite that, tournament numbers were still on a huge they were going up even despite the bad formats. So it's definitely blown out of proportion, but this was definitely a year that a lot of people were very frustrated with what was going on in the game.
Yeah, very. We actually have another one later on that says it almost died in 2012, which, we'll get to that as we get deeper into the Berg. But thanks for the context there. Trell, can you give us some context on the COVID ban list?
Yeah, COVID ban list was very interesting since there was no actual physical card play. So they did decide in June to we'll make only 3 changes and just unlimited a few cards. But it was very interesting that we actually had a ban list that was happening, even though at the time, I forget the set name, but it had Rika, it had Eldritch, it had Adamantipator, Slayers, and that was running rampant. But they really couldn't. Konami, I guess, at the time couldn't really tell what to truly hit while COVID was still a thing and remote duels were happening. So they were just like, we're just going to unlimit just these 3 cards and then everything else. Y'all guys have fun.
Wow. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. I mean, it was really uncharted territory, We have Yugioh Friendship. This is a classic one because it had a condition: offer your opponent a handshake. If they accept your handshake, each player's life points become half the combined life points of both players. And what people would do, at least from what I've read, and I'm sure it's probably the truth, people would spit on their hand. They would rub their hand in places where the sun don't shine, and then they would offer their opponent a handshake. And, it's not very sportsmanship, and it's honestly disgusting. I believe they did change it so now you can legally, right, you can verbally accept the handshake if, and the reason they had to do that was because of the actions people were taking to kind of be, funny in a gross, disgusting way with Yugioh Friendship. And then we have Spell Chronicle / Ancient Leaf.
So Spell Chronicle was a card. I'm not exactly remembering all the details, but I do remember it was a card that was attempted to be bought out by a lot of pro players in terms of like how they wanted to use the card and whatnot. But Ancient Leaf, this one I remember vividly. So there was in 2017 when we had started getting leaks for like Vrains and Link Monsters, there was a rumor that Master Rule 4 was coming and that we were going to be starting with 12,000 life points. Ancient Leaf is a spell card that says, I believe it's like if your life points are over like 9,000 or 8,000 or 9,000, you pay 2,000, draw 2 cards. And because of that, because of this rumor, people bought into this card and bought into the hype, and Ancient Leaf became a $5 common overnight. And then we got the official announcement, and yeah, none of that was true, and the card is now like a penny.
That is
Yeah.
so. There's
I missed that. I probably have 50 copies back.
There's
Yeah.
people out there who spent $15 for a set of Ancient Leafs.
All off of a rumor.
Oh my god, that is nuts. And this one's also nuts. Antoine
Yeah.
Griezmann.
Oh,
Dak, you
yes.
want to do your best?
Yeah. This
So,
one's funny.
Antoine is a soccer player. He was a big soccer star. He became a spokesperson for Yu-Gi-Oh. And I mean, pretty much as quickly as it happened, a nice video came out of him saying some not so friendly, some racist things, we'll say.
Yeah.
And he was very quickly removed from that post and kind of sent to the Yu-Gi-Oh TCG Shadow Realm. So I don't think we'll be seeing him anymore.
I don't know if we will
Yu-Gi-Oh
ever see another Yu-Gi-Oh ambassador again. I mean, what a
Well,
horrific.
Noah Lyles.
Noah Lyles would be great. No, and
Yeah.
if they do one, they should do it with him. But like, I understand if they're hesitant after this whole
no,
thing.
Yeah, I mean,
they're going to
that
be
was like
hesitant, but
that
I think
was
they'll find more.
Yeah.
Just not.
It was like 5 days after they announced it. It was. I don't think he was the ambassador for more than a week. It was unbelievable.
literally.
Shortest run ever.
Unbelievable. Tunes are a parody of Magic. So the only thing that I found on this, I found one Reddit post where somebody said that there was a theory very early on in Yu-Gi-Oh that began that Yu-Gi-Oh began as a joke copy of Magic the Gathering, and that tunes are Yu-Gi-Oh cards which make fun of themselves, and you know, it's tune variants of like their actual cards, and that in a way makes fun of Magic the Gathering, and that's why you get tunes that are a parody of Magic. That's the only thing that I could find on this topic. I had never heard of it before doing the research for this particular video, but unless you guys have anything to add, I mean, that's, I think, the only thing that I found, yeah.
Yeah, that's all I found as well. That was kind of my same thought.
Okay, yeah. And then Trell talked about it a little bit, the dual terminal machines.
Yeah, these machines are very, very rare. You barely see some operational still that even gives out cards. And like you said, Daxall once saw one that was sold off 6 years ago for 12 G's. So these are legendary in the Yu-Gi-Oh community. If you find one, very much treasure it at your local OTS if you have them there, or just anywhere randomly, and play it. You know, it's a good time, and hopefully you get that dual terminal Trish, because it's worth some money.
And if anybody is interested, I have a lead, $25,000. Just reach out to me on Twitter, and I'll try to put you in contact. You know.
Finder's fee?
No, my friend Dredger, he's been selling one out of his garage. All right, Indomitable Fighter, Indomitable Fighter Lele.
Yes, so this is a card that has been around for a good while, I'd say. You know, but the kind of origins behind this card, though, is that it's based on Leighton Kirishima, who was the former UDE product manager. His nickname, of course, was Lele. And I mean, really, that's kind of it. Apparently, the only other fact I really kind of found about it that I found was interesting is apparently he runs. I didn't look into the Twitter account, but he runs a Twitter account called Indom_Lele, which somewhat role plays the character of the card as well. So
that's
hopefully there's
cool.
some good laughs on there as well. But definitely a fun little extra bit. I love when people kind of go that extra mile, you know, for stuff like that.
Then we have Patrick Hoban, Jin Cheat.
So in 2015, during Necros Vormit, a very popular card at the time was Jin Releaser of Rituals, which says that when used as ritual material, while the monster's face up, your opponent cannot special summon, which was probably the most frustrating card in that format. At the time, professional player Patrick Hoban stated in his book Road to the King that during this format he developed an angle shoot where people would try to gentlemen's out of Jin in mirror matches because they wanted to play a more skillful game and whatnot. And Jin was a card that kind of took the skill out of the matchup, essentially. And the angle shoot that he made was he would show his opponent his main deck copy of Jin, put it in the side deck, then summon a second copy located in his side deck. Now, it is worth noting that he did not actually perform this cheat himself. It was basically just all theory. But some of his close friends did, which he has not named because he does not want them getting banned.
Interesting. Wow, that's very, very interesting. Yeah, crazy stuff, man. We have also the Bandai cards. These are really, really cool. So if you've never seen these, I'll show a few of them right now. They are old cards that were made while Yu-Gi-Oh! Was being done by Toei Animation. I think a little over 100 exist. A lot of the classic monsters, but the designs of these cards are very, very different. Obviously, they are just a collector's item at this point. To my knowledge, you cannot use them in any sort of official Yu-Gi-Oh! Gameplay, but they still look really, really cool. And then Tristan's nephew, John B., I can't even remember the kid's name. Really, he was mainly present like during Death Tea for comic relief. He was really gross. He was disgusting, and the less said about him, the better.
Hey, you gotta say the fun fact, how he found him in Dungeon Dice Monsters.
What?
Well, do you want to say it?
Well, I mean, I just did. He's in the Dungeon Dice Monsters game you're streaming.
Oh, yeah. Yes, he
crazy.
sadly is. Luckily, I have not matched up. So is a Beagle. There's like a random-ass Beagle in that game. I have not dueled the Beagle, but I don't know. That game is weird, man. But yeah, I don't even remember the kid's name because he's so irrelevant. I can't stand him. We're moving on. Flavor text erratas, LATRELL.
Yeah, so when we get vanillas now in the game, it comes with like its own description of the vanilla. So very noticeably, like Gunkin Sushit has its own flavor text that I forget what it says exactly, but it's a long list of words that describe something about the sushi itself. Or like Shiny Black Sea Squatter, like that one's a pretty cool one as well.
Yeah. And then we have the uncut dub. This is a fun one. Yeah, so this one is very fun. A lot of people actually don't even know this exists, but the English dub did a few episodes where they attempted an uncut dub where they did not change any of the scripting. Actually, no, they did change the scripting. They didn't change any of the music. They kept the original Japanese music instead of doing their own like track for the English dub. And that was known as the uncut version. It's very, very hard to find the uncut dub anywhere now online. Like there's no like legal way to find it. I don't know why they didn't continue it, but I guess it was a route that they went and they decided that changing the music was going to end up being better. But that is what the uncut dub refers to. There's at least in those first few episodes, little changes. And the only thing that's changed is like it's transferred into English. That's like literally it, which is really
I
cool.
imagine
Can I go back
sales
to the-
mostly.
Yeah.
Can I go back to the flavor text errata ones?
Oh,
real
please,
quick? There's actually
Colin.
a couple I wanted to. So for the flavor text erratas one, there's a couple instances also where some cards got their flavor text updated. Like one of them listed is Elemental Hero Burstinatrix, where it's the original one was like I believe it was like a flame manipulator who was the only elemental hero, like female elemental hero something, and then they changed that to say the first elemental hero woman or something like that because they made other female heroes. And then I remember one specifically, Mekk-Knight Avram. I don't remember the original text off the top of my head for the OCG one, but it was like this like cool like lore tie-in and everything. And when they brought it to America, the flavor text was, and I am not joking.
Yeah.
Check this out.
I know. Check this out. Yeah, I know. Which that could have been on the Iceberg itself because that is unbelievable. But yeah, thanks for expanding a little bit there. And then Anime references in cards. I mean, I've done a whole video on this. I've done plenty of videos on this. There are plenty of cards we get. We just saw it with the new Yubel support. We saw it with the new Gimmick Puppet support. We just saw it with the new Dark Hero support. I mean, there are plenty of cards that we've gotten that have anime characters or moments from the anime on them. So that's what that part refers to. And then weakest card.
Now, this one I know will make you happy. That the research says this, but in the anime, Kaiba and Pegasus specifically refer to Kuribo as the weakest Yu-Gi-Oh card.
They're smart people.
However, Kuribo has 300 attack and an effect. Pegasus runs Thousand Eyes Idol, which is a level 1 normal monster with no attack and no defense, so Pegasus doesn't even know his own game.
Well, hang on. Pegasus is simply...
That's true.
No. Pegasus knows your potential. It's all about potential.
Potential of
potentially
what?
save myself.
You can't get to Thousand Eyes Restrict without Thousand Eyes Idle.
Instant fusion.
You still can.
Instant
You
fusion.
still can.
All right. You know what? Kuribo is the weakest in canon. That's what matters. We can have our fun little debates, you know.
I want you to put both of those up side by side, by the way, for that.
Sure, and I'll let the chat dictate what they think is the weakest. I know they'll pick correct. Trell, McDonald's cards.
Yeah, these are very famously like promo cards that came in Happy Meal boxes around the 2002-ish era games. They didn't have anything worth notably, but they had like very interesting cards. A lot of vanillas. It was a 2-pack set, like 2 cards per pack, and those cards are very hard to come by. Those promos are very hard to come by. They're pretty rare still to this day.
Yeah,
Cosmic
absolutely.
Queen was one of them.
Yes.
And then 10,000 Dragon.
So very simply, this was the 10,000th Yu-Gi-Oh card ever printed. Printed in for the TCG Battles of Legends, Armageddon, I believe it was, and I believe it only has the one printing, and I believe it's a Starlight Rare, and it's not worth $10,000. I can tell you that much. But no, it is still. It's still currently a one-of-a-kind collector's card that is only available in that set, in that rarity, and as it's a flavor text, or not flavor text, its effect even references like 10,000, like getting a whole bunch of attack, and whatnot.
Yeah, really, really cool. Then we have Bo 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 Bo. This is a manga that was, I believe, a weekly shonen manga. Main character's got a big yellow afro. In one of the panels, very randomly, Atem, the pharaoh himself, comes out with a Yu-Gi-Oh card of the guy's afro. It's a really, really cool panel, and that is why that manga is referenced here
it's
on
a
the
trip.
Iceberg.
It is.
It really is.
It happens in the anime too, because Bobo did have an anime.
Oh, it may. I've never seen the anime scene if it happened in the anime, but I have seen the manga panel, and it's I'll obviously have it on screen. And then Dak, Yu-Gi-Oh! Bam.
So Yu-Gi-Oh! Bam, that is a throwback.
Yeah.
That is a game, a web-based game, specifically through Facebook, or Congregate, that Congregate kind of Facebook era. Back in like 2012, maybe 2011, kind of in that era. It ran until 2014. During that time, it did also get like a mobile version, I think, which ran a little bit later before everything was shut down. But I mean, it was a very tiny Yu-Gi-Oh game. I mean, it had like 700 cards maximum at the time. There were like power-ups, and I mean, it was a different way to kind of battle and duel. It was interesting, but it wasn't anything like super groundbreaking, spectacular. It was one of those fun, just kind of let's try something different games that sadly just didn't stick the way it could have. Yeah,
very well said. And then this is an interesting one, Colin. Red Dragon's Broken Arm.
This one is, I've never actually heard this one, but apparently it's like something to do with like Scarlet Red Dragon Archfiend, like a card art that like references it or something.
Yeah, that's my assumption. When I was looking into this, I looked at Scarlet Red Dragon Archfiend, and I was looking at it, and if you pull it up, I mean, some of the card art makes it look like he has a cast on his one arm, and he's holding it kind of like he would a broken arm. So I'm assuming that's where it comes from. I could be completely way off in my research, and if I am, I apologize. But that's the only thing I could think of as to what that could possibly mean.
Yeah, very, very interesting. So then the next one, Yu-Gi-Oh! R. Trell, I don't know if you ever read it, or if you know about it.
No, it's a series that happened right after Battle City
Yep.
and right before Millennium World.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a spin-off manga. I don't think it's supposed to be canon. It's very interesting. I would definitely read it. But I don't believe it's canon. I mean, it's debatable.
Yeah, it's kind of in that gray area where it fits in, especially manga wise. I don't believe there's any contradictions, but it's also not written by Takahashi. So
Right.
it's kind of one where it can work. And it's a cool story. It's well worth the read, I think. You know, you get kind of like
fully agree.
a Pegasus. What is it? It's like Pegasus, like apprentice, or kind of like
Yeah,
you know,
trying
someone who
to
worked from
avenge-
coming back to get
avenge
like
his
that's
death, yeah.
cool.
It is. It
You know,
is.
but
Yeah,
yeah,
for
it's
sure.
canon gray area. Probably not really though.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And then speaking of manga, Kazuki Takahashi's other manga. I mean, he's done a few other. I know The Artist was one. I mean, he's done a few other manga.
Yeah, he's done a bunch of things. Just a couple that come to mind. You know, Tiger Mask, Ultraman, Battleship Yamato, Devilman, Kamen Rider. Of course, is probably the biggest one outside of Yu-Gi-Oh. But yeah, definitely he's done a lot of other good stuff. Well worth the read, and of course, support.
Yeah, he definitely has.
Takahashi.
Yeah, absolutely. And then Kevin Tewart.
So very simply, he is the current Konami US head of development for Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yeah, very simple. And he actually gets mentioned a little later on as well. Trell, would you like to tell the story, as I'm choking here, of Tyler the Great Warrior? Very infamous card.
Yeah, so this revolves around a Make-A-Wish patient,
Yep.
Tyler, who his sole wish was to become a Yu-Gi-Oh card. Well, yeah, right, create a Yu-Gi-Oh card.
Yep.
So Yu Yu Takahashi gave him that opportunity, and he's actually has his own Yu-Gi-Oh card, which is Tyler the Great Warrior. I'm pretty sure there was only 3 copies ever made. One is in Konami's vault. Tyler Great Hero actually sold it recently in the auction, and I don't remember where the third one is, but this is a great story to it.
Yeah, it's a great story. It's a beautiful story, obviously, with the whole Make-A-Wish thing. It was Simo, right, who like interviewed him. So
Yeah.
definitely check that interview out. Yeah, really well said there, Trell. And then why the GX dub is unfinished. So my understanding of this has always been that there was pressure to move on to the Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds dub because 5Ds had started airing, and this was back in a time where they wanted to stay somewhat current to the anime. I know a lot of people bring up the lawsuit. The lawsuit had nothing to do with Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. The lawsuit happened during Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds. And the Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds dub was affected by the lawsuit, eventually the merger, 4Kids becoming a direct subsidiary, but it had nothing to do with the GX dub. From my understanding, the GX dub is unfinished because they made the decision to finish it after season 3 or with 1 episode left and then just move straight on to 5Ds so they didn't fall too far behind.
A pivotal episode they left out there too.
Well, with him surviving, yes. I mean, they kept Jaden dead.
The ironic part was 5Ds never got finished either.
No, well, then the lawsuit happened, right? And they probably didn't see that coming when they decided to, yeet their way to that show. So, yeah, bit of an
The
issue
5Ds
there.
one's even more interesting because they ended 5Ds in the middle of an episode. Like,
I
literal, like a 1 second before the Arc Cradle comes down. They just end.
It's unbelievable. It really is.
Like, literally, the Arc Cradle finishes the very next, frame.
Yeah.
They cut it off right there.
Yeah. Well, they couldn't. Yeah. Imagine if they cut it off right after the Arc Cradle dropped, and everybody's like, "Oh, what a cliffhanger!"
Another Yu-Gi-Oh!
They couldn't do
Oh,
that.
that'd be terrible.
They couldn't do that. Then the left and right duelist explanation. So I've actually done a video on this. This is pretty self-explanatory, but if you've never heard of it, it's very weird. The good characters are on the right. The bad characters are on the left. And in over 90% of the duels, that's always going to be the case for whatever reason. Yeah, Colin?
I believe every show has an outlier to it. There's definitely been times where that wasn't the case. But I want to say every show has an outlier that doesn't follow the left right.
Well, usually
rule.
those are just meant to be the duels that you could root for anybody. It's not like
Yeah,
it's not your pro tag. It's not your important character. I mean, well, Kaiba's obviously important, but you know what I mean. It's not like your main character or your best friend or someone. It's just oh yeah, this is someone who could win or they could lose, and it won't destroy the universe.
Some are used for
Right.
foreshadowing as well. Yuya and
Exactly.
Yuzu, you had Yuya on the left side, Yuzu on the right side, and then of course we find out about Zark and Ray later. So whether that was, I believe it was intentional. I do give them credit for that.
This one actually just hit me for the current show. I remember, I think it was episode 8 of Go Rush, there was a flashback, like duel or something with Yuhi and Yuumu. I believe Yuumu was on the left and Yuhi was on the right.
Well, that makes sense
So
now,
that
right?
just hit me.
Yeah, that makes sense. I never
is
thought about that one.
incredibly ironic.
Yeah.
That one just hit me.
Yeah, that's crazy. I'll have to look into that, but you could definitely be right about that. And then, Colin, we have Super Nimble Mega Hamster.
Well, I'm not sure how deep if there is lore with this one, but I remember this is a very popular card in Edison format. It's a flip effect monster that spawns a level 3 beast from deck. It's a fan favorite card in the format. It even has a playmat after it that they made for Edison pods at YCS and national events as well.
Yeah, very, very interesting with that card. And then we have Pack Color Order. I don't know if you know about that, Trell. Dak noted something. I don't know anything about it.
So after a certain amount of packs that were released, they go in the core sets. They go by a specific color order, which is green, yellow, red, orange, blue, purple, black, white.
Yes, that. Yep.
And then the cycle repeats.
Repeats. Yep. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
In my research, I found 1 year where that was kind of an outlier or one kind of span of time where it was an outlier because they released so many packs that year that they actually had to do like they did kind of a similar order, but then they started doing like dark green and dark yellow and dark, like they just like went dark with every color and then they reset it like later on.
Yeah, very interesting.
Back to the beginning, but they kind of follow every core set every year they start with green and work their way through apparently.
And then Dak.
Also, very notably, green sets are notably like the strongest sets. That's why Duelist Alliance, when we were talking about that earlier, is a green set. It's a set that affects the format.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, really well said there. Dak, I don't think you agree with this one, man. But the next one, JoJo inspired Yu-Gi-Oh! Obviously referring to JoJo's Bizarre Adventures.
What gave it away? My note that says I don't agree. But yeah, basically this is a theory that some people have that Yu-Gi-Oh was inspired by JoJo because both use Egypt as a theme. They use characters use similar poses or expressions. I mean, really, to my understanding and looking at it, I mean, the JoJo manga came out a little bit before Yu-Gi-Oh, but it wasn't super huge or popular really at the time. I mean, I'm not saying it wasn't didn't have fans or anything like that, but it wasn't this huge big thing like it is now or as it was within the past years. So I mean, really at the end of the day, it's very easy to think of, oh yeah, we both just had a similar idea or or what have you. But then a lot of it coming in terms of like poses and expressions and stuff, that's just anime. Anime in general does lots of poses and expressions and and stuff. So I mean, I really don't think that it was an inspiration for it, especially given how drastically different they are.
Yeah,
in every element. Like imagine like a Yu-Gi-Oh JoJo. Like imagine Yugi summons Yami as his JoJo, and and he's fighting like he's fighting, I don't know, Kaiba, who releases like a Mokuba one or something. Like that would just be weird.
Yeah. They are different at the core for sure. And then Spectre's ruined potential. I mean, I did a video on this when I was covering Brains. My God, I don't know what happened to Spectre, but he was an absolute treat to watch in the first 2 seasons. And then he gets killed off against Lightning in a really good duel where there were extra links galore. Yep. It had some of the craziest turns in all of Yu-Gi-Oh! And then he gets revived at the start of season 3, gets killed pretty much off screen again 3 episodes later by I, doesn't say a word until the final episode of Yu-Gi-Oh! Vrains, and he says like one line to Revolver. I think he says, "Do you think he'll ever return?" referring to Playmaker. I think that's the only line he said the last like 35 to 40 episodes of the show. And even his voice actor was asked in like a live stream that he did, and his voice actor was like, yeah, I really loved playing Spectre. I don't know why they didn't really like give me anything more, but they didn't really have anything left for me. He had a lot of potential and they just didn't want to tap into it for whatever reason. I don't know the reason for it. I think very weird.
Yeah, I think some of that's just the show issues by the end. I feel like he probably would have had more if because I mean that last season was so short that I mean I'm sure pretty early on, that they would have found out like, hey, we're getting cut by, this. Let's cut where we can. And I mean, that would be something where it's easy. Oh yeah, let's cut him out. We can't develop his story, kill him off, and we can bring him back and he can say goodbye.
Yeah, I mean, it was so rushed. All the characters came back in like 102, 103, and then most of them were dead by like 109. I mean,
yeah, exactly. Exactly. They just
off screen too.
Yeah. Well, we've talked about anime-only cards, but now, Colin, cards we never got to see.
So there's a couple of these. Most notably, I think GX was probably where most of these. Originally, there was a Dark World fusion, I believe. Chloralus, which that one actually got printed recently. And then most notably, Super God fusion for Yubel at the end of season 3.
Yeah. And these are cards that there's also the Mystic archetype that Blair played in GX that had a bunch of other Mystic cards named in the effect that we never saw. So there are a few that we know, and I actually did a video on it a while ago. It's probably outdated, but it's one of the more interesting facets of Yu-Gi-Oh!
I believe there's actually also one that was hinted at in Go Rush where there's supposed to be another Yuhi fusion for his Ace monster that we cut away from during one of the last episodes of season 1, I believe.
Interesting. The Timaeus Poison Butterfly one, right, in season 4. That's another one.
Yep.
That's another famous one. Yeah, it's really cool. And then I actually don't know this one. The Odex dub.
Yeah. So this one I felt could possibly refer to two things. I believe it is the company or kind of the group that did the overall Singapore dub. Of the Yu-Gi-Oh anime, which in itself is a crazy dub. I think it's Chuck Powers as the voice actor for Yugi and it's him, and it is it's a weird comparison hearing him compared to Dan Green, but the Singapore dub though, a lot of people praise it for having a lot closer to the original in terms of kind of release, in terms of dialogue and kind of following the plots and things like that, as opposed to the cuts. But a lot of people say the trade-off is you get a lot worse of a dub, voice acting quality. So it is a monkey's paw there a little bit, but a lot of people say it's well worth checking out just because of that. The other thing I thought it could potentially be, which I believe is later on the list as well, and I have some notes on it here as well, is a possible reference to the unreleased Zexal dub.
Yeah.
Because that, of course, had I want to say it was 20 episodes or something like that dubbed, separate from 4Kids and Konami, because there was a whole big thing about that. And like I said, there's notes on it, so we can definitely dive into it a little bit later. But they, the long story short is, they had 2 dubs going at one point, and this one never saw the light of day. But I remember correctly, good old Johnny Young Bosch was supposed to be Yuma, if I remember correctly, with that unreleased one, which would have been a crazy and probably pretty interesting take.
Yeah. Well, we'll get into that. I think it is later on in the Berg for sure. And then we have Will Arnett. I mean, I think he voiced a random GX character. He's randomly credited in one episode as a background character. Obviously, he's a very famous actor now, but I imagine it's some role that he had in the dub that was very, very under the radar. That's the only thing I can think of.
I spent a good time looking for it. Carrie was, I was telling her about it, and she said her most likely it was just he was such a tiny role that he was just in such a small insignificant character that it was just uncredited. Yeah, they probably just said, hey, you want to screen, you want to say this into into your phone, and we'll record it for a character. Great, here's $20, and kind of move on, a quick little one line, move on.
Yeah, no, I'm sure that's what it was. And then the final one of number 5 here, level 4 before we get to 5, obscure name puns.
Yeah, so there's a lot of these throughout the Yu-Gi-Oh kind of world. A lot of them, initial thoughts I would say for a lot of people is to go to dub for naming puns, which Yu-Gi-Oh I would say isn't too bad about in terms of converting names over. But that is something that I know a lot of manga and anime and things like that like to do. Obviously Goku's name in the original kind of Japanese was Kakarot, which is supposed to be carrot, and and they kind of go through things like that, Vegeta, vegetable, etc. So there's a lot of names like that. Yugi is a translation directly for sport or game. Jonichi is supposed to mean castle or interior. So there's some of those kind of weird, interesting ones. And then obviously when you put Yugioh together, you get friendship as a word. Kaiba is I remember correctly, it's like seahorse or something like that.
Yeah.
Like, so there's a lot of kind of direct kind of translation names that also kind of double as puns for, who the character is or what they're about or what they like, and kind of how things kind of all tie together.
Yeah, no, makes sense. All right, 4 levels down. I think we've hit everything really, really well so far. Level 5 coming up right now. All right, entering level 5 of the Iceberg. Grapha covers tournament events.
I believe this is in reference to YCS Long Beach 2012, which to this day is I believe is still the largest attended YCS with over 4,300 something people. And the incentive was there was going to be a 100th YCS playmat with tour guide for entry. And a lot of people, if I remember right from my research, they entered this YCS with the Dark World structure deck at the time, which basically that would be their deck list. They enter it, you get the mat, and you basically $10 got you basically a $100+ mat and entrance to the YCS, which basically covers the whole. That one deck alone covered basically your whole tournament experience.
Yeah, that's crazy. Now, again, as we get deeper in, we're going to get to more obscure ones. They should be more obscure. So the next one up, Yu-Gi-Oh! Predicted Nazca line discoveries.
Yes. So this one was interesting and pretty neat to see happen. Obviously, with a lot of shows, as you get episodes out and you make your plot lines and things like that, Simpsons are a great example. Sometimes you can kind of predict the future and predict what's going to happen, whether you mean to or not. That is kind of the case here. With Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds, obviously all the Earthbound Immortals, they were based on real, Nazca lines. So, different things that you could see, obviously, from kind of space or from planes. The serpent, however, the symbol for Red Nova, was not based on an actual line until its discovery in 2014. So after that, they found it and they were able to kind of use that. So that's kind of cool that that was able to happen.
That is crazy. I gotta look into that. That one is nuts.
Wasn't that also the part of the episodes that were cut from the dub also?
The dub was. I know it had to do with Red Familiar, like the whole Red Familiar stuff. I think it was. Yeah, it was. It was. Yeah. That is. Hey, there's some weird conspiracy going on here, man. That is weird.
That's the top comment on that link. In case you decide to use that as the picture, the top comment says coincidence. I think not.
Yeah, that is weird, dude. Wow. Trell, I don't know if you know this one. The Neo's Wise Man misprint.
I know a little bit.
Okay.
So in the anime, it was originally a fusion, but when it came to the actual physical game, it was made into an effect monster, not like the orange border, not like the purplish blue border of a fusion. But funny enough, in Korea, it was Konami. In Korea, Konami printed as a fusion, so that's where it kind of got the misprint from.
Yeah,
so it was a funny scenario.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, very, very interesting. And then Corey Roca, Colin.
So this one's a little bit ewy. So basically, Corey Roca was a YCS champion in around 2017. There was a bunch of allegations about him and like some other stuff going around. He eventually, I believe, served a ban. There's a couple videos on Mega Capital G's channel debunking the whole thing and interviewing Corey Roca if you want to check that out. But yeah, it was some ewy stuff that he got banned for.
Messy situation, it sounds like. Yeah, I've never heard of it, but yeah, interesting. Thanks for letting us know there. And then
a little ewy and some like unfortunate stuff with him personally.
Yeah. No, I got you. Yeah. Yeah. And then we have Beyond/Duel Monster Genesis. Trell, you have any idea what that is about? I do not.
I'm pretty sure it's one of the Yu-Gi-Oh's first online simulator.
Okay.
And then it got later relaunched into Beyond. It's kind of like what how Epic Store games look.
Yeah.
It kind of was like uploaded into that.
Okay.
Not much of it now, but This is one of the first online simulators.
Interesting, and I'll have if I can find screenshots of it, I'll have it. Yeah, something I had never heard of prior to the. It's good because a lot of these to start level 5 here on the Iceberg, I myself have never even heard of. So that's how you know we're getting deeper here, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. We're getting deeper here. Let's keep it going. We mentioned the upper decker. Excuse me. We mentioned the upper deck earlier. The upper deck seal of Orichalcos.
Yes, this is an interesting one. So the upper deck seal of Orichalcos is a promo for this card, where it has pretty much its anime effect. The spell is impervious to negation, destruction, and removal. Increase the attack power of all your monsters by 500. You control the back. You control a back row of monsters that cannot be attacked while a monster is in the front row, and you can send this card from your hand to the graveyard to negate and destroy any card. And then it does say on it, the soul of whichever duelist loses this duel is forfeit to the winner. So, very powerful card. You can get it, though, if you want to steal someone's soul, according to the TCG player prices at the time of lookup, for a maximum of about $10 for a limited edition, about $6 for a common, at least according to TCG player. The market might be a little bit higher or lower, depending on what a soul's worth to you. But, yeah, really cool to kind of see... this version of the card. It's got more of the anime look on it. I love the design of it. Like, it looks great.
Yeah.
I think it's a common, but I would love to see it as like a secret or something with that hollow on it.
Yeah.
It'd be so good.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very interesting. Very interesting for sure. And then we have our 2011 South Carolina, I believe that is, Regional Hoax, SC Regional Hoax.
So I did some research on this one, and apparently from what I could find, this is a majorly speculated event that no one really knows if it happened or not. And it's, according to some online threads, it's all being like covered up and just like...
What?
I don't know. That's all I could find on
I mean, that is that's probably what it's pertaining to. That is crazy. So it's an event.
The case, I want to know.
So it's a regional from 2011 that nobody knows whether it actually happened or not.
That's from what I found.
That is insanity. Wow. And then, well, we know what happened at the end of Reigns, but Vrain's original ending could have been a lot different. One of the, I believe, directors or animators very early on wrote on, not very early on Twitter, after the show ended on Twitter in an interview, they stated that the original planned ending for Yu-Gi-Oh! Vrain's was going to be the alternate reality that we ended up seeing in Ai's simulations of humanity being destroyed due to the Ignis, due to AI, and Yusaku ultimately getting shot by tank fire and dying in front of him and in his arms. That was going to be basically the original ending. It was going to have a much darker ending. Very early on in production, the Vrain's writing team said, yeah, let's not go this route. This is a little intense. And they did not go that route. But that was the original planned ending very early on in storyboarding. And I have a whole video on that I'll link down below. Yeah, Trell.
Oh, I was going to say that some of the writers actually went to go help write Kamen Rider 01. So towards the end, it has almost a similar storyline where the main character is using AI to help him fight against the bad guy, which is also an AI. It follows almost the similar trends where AI is revolting, or it is revolting against humanity and wants to fully take over because of the malice humanity has. And you could kind of see where Reigns could have gone through that show. And how
very interesting. I'm kind of interested in watching that show now. That's very interesting. Yeah, I didn't know that. That's actually really cool. Oh boy, this one's gonna be interesting. Arc 5 problems because of Dark Side of Dimensions fake. Little bit of context. Dark Side of Dimensions happened right around the end of Arc 5, is when it came out, and obviously was being worked on by Studio Gallop, who at the time were doing Yu-Gi-Oh! Arc 5. Now, there were a lot of people that pointed out that when Dark Side of Dimensions production started and as it was going on, that's when Arc 5 seemed to take a dip in quality towards the end of Arc 5. And so a lot of people believed that there was a correlation, that the studio became kind of a skeleton crew. People were not able to fully focus on Arc 5. The studio was being spread thin. We saw that leak into Yu-Gi-Oh! Vrains with the recap episodes. You know, we had 4 in the opening 38 episodes, which is unheard of. The director changed after episode 13. And Dark Side of Dimensions was the reason for this. Now there's been a lot of back and forth as to whether this is actually a real reason for the dip in Arc 5's production and the struggles the studio endured early in Yu-Gi-Oh! Vrains. I will say this. I, Dylan from Yu-Gi-Oh! Everything, believe that there is a correlation. I do. And I know, I've seen both sides of the argument. I just do believe that because of Dark Side of Dimensions, it did cause issues for Yu-Gi-Oh! Arc 5 and then for the studio and for Vrains. Colin, I don't know if you agree with me. I don't think that you do, but I mean, I'd love to know your thoughts on it.
It's interesting. So I see the argument for both sides.
Yeah, me too.
But I also, in the notes, obviously, like I got this from Aura from Entame Subs, that if you look at like the cast, like the staff and cast credits on the film and Arc 5, there's like no correlation,
right?
Like no names shared between them. So like, was it all Dark Side Dimensions' fault? Who knows?
Well, and I wanted you to bring up that point because that is a good point to argue the former, that it is fake and that there were no issues. I just think that, like, even if, you talk about maybe people being uncredited, which is a very common thing we've already talked about with Yu-Gi-Oh! I think that there were somewhat important people that maybe worked on Arc 5 early on in the show that then got reassigned to primarily work on Dark Side of Dimensions. I just, in my mind, that's what happened because it just makes too much sense. But there are a lot of people that don't believe there's any correlation, and it's an interesting debate for sure. But that's what that line in the Iceberg is referring to. And then the Baryon Observer, this is another really interesting one pertaining to Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal. We got official summaries that were on the TV Tokyo or Nihon Ad Systems website that stated Alco the Baryon Observer was going to show up during the Baryon Onslaught arc in Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal. That character never showed up. He was supposed to give a card to Kite called the Closed 8. That card never showed up. It's one of the weirdest things when it comes to like official summaries changing. We've never gotten to like a leaked character design, a leaked story route that they would have went. But the Baryon Observer is a character that was officially in the summaries that just never actually showed up in the show. Very, very weird. Very weird.
I'm trying to think where you'd even throw that in. Like, that would have to be before the Moon Duel, and he would have had to already been established because all the variants were now known.
It was going to be before the Moon Duel, and you imagine it was going to be probably a card that maybe would have defeated Misael. Maybe it would have defeated Don Thousand to the Closed 8. I don't know. Very weird. And obviously, it was a very late scratch because they posted the batch of summaries. It was in the monthly batch, and then 2 weeks later when the episode aired, there was no Alco the Baryon. So they changed that storyline very late, which is pretty impressive considering how strong, in my opinion, that arc was of Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal.
I wonder how much of that would have changed, actually, the ending of the Zexal in the Baryon arc.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think the only thing that changes is maybe the card, because we did get a card specifically for defeating Don Thousand and Numeron Dragon. But maybe that's like one of the only things that changes.
Yeah, I don't know. Right, he was planning to give Kite the Closed 8 to fight Misael. That was, and actually I'll read the summary real quick. And again, this was the official preview on the NAS website. Kite receives the Closed 8 from Alco, an ultimate trump card to use against the 7 Baryon Emperors. He then follows Yuma in order to deliver the card to him, but before that, his archenemy Misael confronts him to determine the true user of Galaxy Eyes. The two of them duel. So yeah, it was going to be right before that Moon Duel, and that card probably would have been the key to defeating Don Thousand. I guess they just didn't want to introduce another character into the show, but that's what the Baryon Observer in the Iceberg is obviously referring to. And then, Colin, we have Cyber Dragon MF03EN010.
I believe this is the Mattel version of Cyber Dragon. I believe these were cards that came with these old Mattel figures for GX.
Oh, interesting.
I believe there's like there's a Cyber Dragon. It's very rare. Like I think there's a Yugioh article on this also, like that like found like these in like pristine condition. Like there's like the bunch of the original Elemental Heroes, Cyber End Dragon, Cyber Dragon. There's a couple of them, and they are extremely hard to find, extremely pricey.
Yeah, I've never even heard of them. Very, very interesting. I'll speak on this real quick. I've done a whole video on it if you want to check it out. Canceled DM versus GX movie. You might read that, think it's fanfic. It is not. It's been confirmed that there was a movie in the works for which would have seen our characters in Duel Monsters kind of take on our characters in GX and then ultimately have to come together to defeat a greater threat. That threat would have been Sartorius. The season 2 that we get in GX obviously was very heavily expanded on, but that was going to be the movie. That's why our characters go to Domino City. We see Seto Kaiba. We see Grandpa Moto. So there were still somewhat elements of it, but obviously the Duel Monster characters being a part of season 2 was very much reduced as to what it would have been if we got the movie. But movie was canceled. It'd be amazing if one day we actually got it. I think it'd be incredible. Even if Sayu is the villain of that movie, like who cares? It's like an alt universe. I think it would be incredible. But yeah, that was a true movie that was in the works once upon a time. We also have Expensive Exodia Tazo. Trell, do you know anything about that?
Yeah, it's like a very, very rare Exodia that has it's like a chibi Exodia with a green background.
Oh, interesting.
And it's super expensive. It goes for like $500+. It's a very cool art, but it's just very rare to see one.
Yeah, very interesting. I've never even heard of it, but yeah, if I can find a picture, I'll show it on screen. Nobody had anything for this. I looked a little more into it. Armor EXE name ruling. So I did find this. An old official website ruling section. This card had a ruling that stated how to pronounce its name, which apparently is Armor EXE. So you would think it'd be EXE or Armor X, but Armor EXE is apparently how you say this monster's name. I imagine that's what this entry has to be referring to. Certainly a weird way to pronounce EXE in my opinion, but, you know, what are you going to do? Then we have the Big Dog t-shirts. Dak?
Yes, Big Dog t-shirts. This was a throwback. This was a big thing for a while, these Big Dog shirts. This brand basically would take all sorts of IP, all sorts of sports and all these different things and kind of parody them to be dogs. I've linked one picture there for you already, but every single thing would be redone, and it would be, it would have the face of a dog, like it was like a black and white, style dog, and every single thing would be a dog pun. So there's like Celtic, Gurdian, but it's spelled, CELTICK GRRDIAN, and or there'd be like Rude Schnauzer for Rude Kaiser, and Black Labrador Soldier, and all these different types of dog puns. And they did them for everything. I mean, my parents, when we were doing hockey, would get them for me, and I'd have like these hockey themed ones, and I don't know why my mom loved it so much, but she would always pick them up, there for us. So we just have all these different freaking shirts that are just, and this one would be called Dogio, and it would be Yugi looking like a dog. It was such a fun piece of that's early 2000s kind of history.
Yeah, that is crazy. I actually did not know anything about that. That is really interesting. So thanks for enlightening us there. Colin, Fabrico de Huevo.
So I'm not sure all the specifics, but from what I found, I believe I've linked a YouTube video in the notes. Apparently it's like a weird knockoff Yu-Gi-Oh card game.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what it is, how you play it, but by the looks of things, it's definitely like taking like the card designs and somewhat from like Yu-Gi-Oh cards, so
yeah,
this one's a weird one.
Very, very weird. It sounds very weird, and I didn't know what that was. So good
for those who don't speak Spanish. That means egg factory.
Egg factory. Huh, okay, very interesting. And here's one, guys. We have not gotten truly stumped on any of these. We can't. But I couldn't find anything on this. The Doom Caliber Knight Standard.
I might have something.
Come on, Colin. Come on, Colin.
Let's go.
So I want to say this has to do with an Edison format sort of thing where there was a Doom Caliber Night Gadget deck that got second place historically at the event where Edison format was based on, like the event and whatnot that they use for like the ban list and whatnot. I believe this is the standard is that no one knows how that deck list topped, how it got that far, and when they look back at it in a historical sense, people often want to like ignore this, or like just because nobody, and even like in Edison format, nobody plays this
Right.
Doom Caliber gadget list. That's probably the best I've got for it.
Yeah, I mean that works. I mean, I feel like that could certainly be exactly what it is. So good find there, Colin. Monster capsules breed and battle. Just sounds wrong.
Yeah, so this was a Yu-Gi-Oh game. This was a thing I had to look at. It's a 1998 PlayStation game. It uses Toei characters, so pretty much all your Season 0 cast.
Yeah.
To raise capsule monsters for tournaments. Now, I'm not talking about capsule monsters like Yu-Gi-Oh capsule monsters, that we know of later, but this is like, just different little random monsters. You're kind of raising them up. It's almost like, when you raise up in a Sonic Adventure 2 battle. No, I'd say,
like a Chow.
right.
Ooh.
So it's almost like that kind of idea from the, just like the screenshots and stuff I could see, you raise them up, you make them nice and strong, you battle and yeah, you use them in tournaments. Very, very bizarre.
Dude, we are getting into like the real dark parts of this iceberg. Like there's barely any light coming down at this point. Like you can't even really tell where the top of the ocean is. We're going down. And here's another one. Trell made the Famicom bootleg game. Did you find anything on it?
Yeah, it's kind of a bootleg Yu-Gi-Oh game for the NES, but it's like Pokemon style, like turn-based RPG game.
I'm gonna try to find a ROM of this for you to play.
Oh God! Now, I mean, I'll tell you, I'll stream these games, sure, and like we'll have images on screen right now. But like Pokemon, yeah, okay, all right.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah,
but the battle isn't like Pokemon.
Oh, it's just the turn-based
and
style.
I hope you don't.
Yes,
I hope you don't.
Got
mind
you,
it.
got you.
It's entirely in Japanese. So
Okay, well, I'm not playing. I can't. I don't know Japanese.
Yeah.
translate it.
Listen, Google Translate can help you with this. Don't worry.
Okay. The Ghost Rare Rainbow Dragon Misprint Chaos Neos.
This one's I think a lot of people know this one. This
Yeah.
one's a very classic misprint. So back when Gladiator's Assault was being printed, I believe at the same time Tactical Evolution had come out, or like was about to come out. So there was a misprint where it was a Ghost Rare Rainbow Dragon, but it had the art of Elemental Hero Chaos Neos on it.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah,
It looked cool.
Yeah.
it was.
Yes,
it's
it's
a
very
very.
cool.
It's very hard looking, but yeah, that's kind of. I don't know how that would even.
I was gonna
happen,
say,
to
how
be
do you make a
honest.
mistake like that?
The printing line,
Yeah.
I guess because the way the numbers would line up, because some numbers like in the set, they bleed into like the extra deck monsters and then spells and traps.
Yeah.
So I guess a line got snagged onto another or some sort of way, and it got printed underneath.
Yeah.
That's my assumption on that.
No, it's a good guess.
Also, it's a very expensive card. It's like probably arguably the most expensive card on this Iceberg so far.
Wow. Yeah, that is crazy. And I'll have a picture of it, of course, on screen for the lovely people watching. Although, honestly, if people are still watching at this point, God bless you, because we are hours
indeed.
into this video,
You got that oxygen tank.
hours in, and we appreciate it. Next up, we have boss duels.
Boss duels are pretty cool. I want to say that they might have been the inspiration for raid duels and duel links to an extent.
Oh, okay.
Boss duels. Now that's complete conjecture. I will not say that is a fact.
Yeah.
That's just something I like to think, because basically on Yu-Gi-Oh Day, on Yu-Gi-Oh Day events in Japan, employees in these different stores would use beefed up villain themed decks, all different types of villains and everything, and they would duel 1v3, against people, who would come into the shop, for different prizes and things like that.
That's cool.
So definitely a very cool idea. Something I would have loved as a kid, to be able to go to, and I'm gonna make it sound old by saying go to like KB Toys,
Oh,
or like
geez.
Toys R Us. Yeah,
wow.
we're gonna make it sound old. That way we know how back it would be. But you'd go to like KB Toys or Toys R Us or whatever. Come up with your deck and potentially 1-on-1 or 1-on-2 or 1-on-3 this guy and hopefully win some cards or some merch.
Yeah, no, very, very interesting. And then next, Bang Zoom Zexal Dub. This is, I have a whole, it's like a 20, 30-minute video doing a deep dive into this controversy. Basically, there was a lawsuit going on because 4Kids was accused of basically embezzling funds, hiding revenue from Konami and TV Tokyo. And so NAS believed that they would not go back to 4Kids and they would lose the dubbing rights for the show. They started getting a dub done by a company that basically was like, it was Bang Zoom Studios. Yeah, that was the name of it. I always think it was Funimation, but yeah, Bang Zoom Studios. That would have had Johnny Young Bosch be Yuma and, all these. I think another very big name would have been Shark, but it would have been no censorship. They showed it at a screening, like an anime convention. You can find footage of that dub. Basically, what happened next is that they did not win the lawsuit, and 4Kids became 4K Media. They became a direct subsidiary of Konami, and they kept the dubbing rights. So they dubbed 20 episodes. They never had the rights to do so. It blew up in their face, and there's your lost Zexal dub that never happened. Very, very interesting. And I got a whole video on it. I'll link that below. The awkward Latin America GX dub. I think this one's just self-explanatory. I don't know. I've never watched this dub. I've never heard about it. I imagine it's just a weird dub, right? I mean, do you guys know anything more than that?
No, pretty much that.
Yeah, so I mean, it's
very awkward, very weird.
This might be one where we don't get credit from the community here, because I'm confident there are people out there that have seen this dub, that are more familiar with it, that could give specific examples. But I'm sure it's very awkward to watch. Unfortunately, none of us have seen it, so we can't get too more into it. And then the other one, Konami acknowledges fan lore. I saw this pertaining to Castlevania, but this is a Yu-Gi-Oh! Iceberg, so I have to imagine that is not what this is on the iceberg for. Do any of you guys know this? We're getting deeper in. We might be stumped on this one.
I mean, I saw some of the stuff about Castlevania and everything as well, but I think part of it was diving into some of the different connections and things people were making. Now, I didn't find anything specific on this, but people were kind of tying some of the different lore elements together and kind of shaping it a little bit themselves. And Konami was kind of, going, almost like people like, authors might do if somebody, comes up with a theory or kind of this weird, situation happened, and that's right, and kind of, acknowledge those different kind of connections or points that they might have overlooked or didn't explain in their book. Kind of that idea is what I was seeing with it. So I'm assuming that was kind of the case. Is it's just those little bits of lore. Maybe it be card lore, maybe it be a little bit of anime lore, like Yugi did this and it affected this. Yeah, that's correct. And kind of little bits like that of them tying things together, and even with Castlevania, I mean there's cards based off everything, so people could easily see the connections between other stuff Konami has done, and kind of tie that to their fan lore and their card lore and say, yeah, that works too.
Yeah, I think that checks out. It's well said. And then Konami admitting to design mistakes. Colin, I know you got this one.
So they never Konami themselves never really say when they make ban lists and stuff why they do certain things, but sometimes it's kind of hinted at that they've acknowledged they made design mistakes. Certain cards will get banned that have just gotten released, or that are less than half a year old, and they're just immediately banned a few months later.
Yeah.
Most notably, I think, or one of the most recent ones was Super Heavy Samurai at a YCS Philadelphia. It was only legal for about 2 weeks, and they immediately just they banned their Link monster, and then that deck was just unplayable afterwards. Like,
Yeah.
they don't say they messed up, but they're kind of telling us, yeah, we messed up.
Yeah, no, I got you. That's a good way to do it. And then Trell, I don't know if you know this one. German ancient gear names.
Yeah, because the way the grammar in Germany's set up,
Yeah.
like the version of ancient gear cards are written kind of like in 3 different ways. The way it's translated. So like, I'm gonna not pronounce this right. Antrivib or Antrikike. I assume that's how you say it.
Yeah.
Is other ways how to say the ancient gear cards, but obviously it's just another way. It's just another way that the Germans would say it.
Gotcha. Yeah. I don't speak German. I wish I did. And then we have this one. I've never heard of this one before. I don't know where this one came from. Darkness predicts 5Ds, Zexal, and Arc 5. What?
I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, where did that
I
one?
don't know.
Where'd that one come from?
Maybe there's a video about that one. I don't know. Maybe somewhere in the universe.
This is a theory. It was one of my earliest theories that I did. So, I mean, this is obviously right from this channel, which is really, really cool. Where Darkness makes a prediction as to what's going to happen in the future during his duel against Judai and the events that he lists. And also, like, Vrains could be included in that. I just made the video while Arc 5 was going on and Vrains didn't exist yet. Says things that are found in 5D, Zexal, and Arc 5. He also talks about, like, one card creating, like, all of life. And that's obviously, like, the Numeron card that then in the very 2 series later in Zexal, is mentioned. So Darkness is a god. That's how he's presented. And, really cool that one of my theories made it not only on the Iceberg, but to level 5 all the way down. And then sticking with all the shows, genocide is present in every Yu-Gi-Oh series.
Yeah, that is a fact at this point. Pretty much every single show has some sort of genocide. Obviously, with it being Yu-Gi-Oh, people typically come back. But I mean, they're all there, I mean, I don't have to run through them all to make the point, but, in DM, you've got, obviously, Darts, he arguably genocided a whole bunch of people, alone in the Doma arc. You got, people like Jaden, of course, when he turns into the Supreme King, and kind of, even Yubel trying to genocide 12 different dimensions.
Well, and Darkness at the end of GX. Yeah, I mean,
exactly.
It's in every
show.
The only show it didn't happen in, I don't think it happened in Sevens. I think that's the only show where we haven't seen a genocide. Which is not a bad thing.
Seen it.
No.
Which is not a bad thing.
I don't know.
I know. I'm making it seem like it's a bad thing.
I mean, Yuga did kill the stability of his society.
We almost got it.
Oh, with Yuga blowing up the building.
Yeah. We were
almost.
Close.
Almost. At least we didn't get it in Sevens.
Listen, that's because of production issues. We would have gotten it.
Yeah, right. We didn't lose those 10 episodes. Yeah, those 10 episodes would have made this one really true.
The genocide arc.
My God. And then we have Konami hates pendulums. Is this true? Triff would not be happy with this if this is true, Colin.
So it's a weird one. So, like, many players dislike the mechanic.
Me too.
And many players have also they believe that because Konami has just altered the master rules where they buffed, like, the extra deck monsters like Fusion, Synchros, Xyz, but they left Pendulum still nerfed. It's kind of one of the main things that why people think that Konami kind of just doesn't like the mechanic. And also there's, like, a bunch of, like, still banned Pendulum monsters. Well, at least at the time of recording this, there's no new ban list that we're supposed to get soon, so maybe that changes, but cards like Heavy Metal Foes, Electromite, and stuff like that are still banned, so...
Yeah. No. Really well said there. And then anime... Trell, I keep asking you about the alt formats. Anime-exclusive alternative formats.
Yeah, so we have something like concentration duels and, like, writing duels. Obviously, these are just formats that pertain to certain parts of the anime. Because we can't implicate them in real life, especially the writing duels, because that would be problems.
You know which one I wish we could do in real life? Entertainment duels. You get, like, a big room.
Oh, yeah.
And you have to run around and jump. Dude, I'd love that. I'd be
but
throwing
you have
Calibro
your-
off of ledges. I mean, listen.
You'd be sweating all over your card. You'll probably fold them, break them,
I mean,
and
come
you have
on.
to suspend cards.
Sleeves are for.
'Cause that's what sleeves are for, but sleeves cover only so much before you try to grab it from your opponent,
Uploaders.
that action card,
Well, and then if you
and how you gonna play it in the dual disc?
and if you could be like
Come on, man.
Dual disc.
Kachadoki in Arc 5, remember he was like body slamming people and checking people. So
Yeah,
you could
yeah.
get you,
yeah.
you could get an opponent like that. You know, I'd stay away from Dredger if that was the case. The next one, Yu-Gi-Oh! Political drawing by Kazuki Takahashi. Yeah, so, and Kazuki Takahashi did end up apologizing for this, but he made a drawing featuring Yami Yugi that basically said, like, vote against. I believe it was Abe, I believe, was the leader of Japan that he was against. But yeah, it was basically a political drawing with his characters in it, and then he ended up probably was told to apologize for it and did. But yeah, Kazuki Takahashi's always been pretty political, and that's what that drawing is, and that's what this is in reference to. And I'll show the drawing on screen as well. And this was such a cool one that I actually wasn't even familiar with. Yugi is a diabetic.
Yeah, so I gotta credit Or from Mentame Subs for this one again. In the English version of the manga, Yugi passes out, and later when he wakes up, Joey asks him if he needs insulin, which is a line that never appeared in the Japanese version.
Yeah, it's one of those
That's
Jesse.
crazy.
It's one of those Jesse Wheeler moments, right, where it's like, oh, he's confirmed to be in 5Ds. Oh, he's confirmed to be a diabetic, and it's like, well, not based off the original source material. Joey also could have just been asking him as a joke because Joey's also an idiot. So, I mean, right? Like, oh, do you need insulin? How can I help you? I could see Joey doing that. But yeah, really cool. I did not know there was any sort of reference to him being a potentially diabetic in the English version of the manga. Really cool. And then Magician of Hope printed because Arc 5 was failing.
Yeah, so this is a rumor and kind of it's something that people are wondering because Magician of Hope was printed in Japan because while Arc 5 was airing, they were also airing reruns of Zexal, which was more popular at the time. So they printed the card to help get Zexal fans to try to watch Arc 5. Even though the card ended up coming out in like 2018 or so, and Arc 5 ended up ending in like 2017.
Mm-hmm.
So they're saying that it's kind of one of the only real crossovers of a monster between two different series protagonist ace monsters. Obviously that's not really the case because a Pendulum Magician isn't a you use ace monster, and of course you don't have any actual protag crossover monsters in
Right.
Go Rush from Rainick or whatnot. So definitely interesting.
Yeah, there was the only I believe the Trans Summer Road Rainick, the Rainick and Seven's Road Fusion is the only one that is like actually of two protagonist ace monsters technically.
Yeah.
Yeah, there does. Yeah, that's the only big one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Everything else has been just obviously other characters showing them off here or there, or a nice little. No ace monsters though.
Yeah, really, really interesting.
Cool.
That one feels like a stretch. I mean, now we're getting into kind of the conspiracy theory territory, which is what an iceberg is. And speaking of which, Zone is actually, you say, Cope. I mean, this is just some people believe that he was meant to be Yusei, and then they got scared and they pulled out the idea at the very last second of the duel. But like the entire time leading up to it, supposedly he was supposed to be Yusei, and then again they just didn't want to commit to it. That is a theory in of itself. I would have preferred that. I would have liked that. I've gone on record saying that, but he's not actually Yusei. So that theory, even the iceberg kind of breaks the fourth wall here. That theory is a heavy Cope. He's not Yusei, and I don't think the plan. You know what? The theory that the plan was always for him to be Yusei, and then they just got cold feet and backed off of it, that I don't fully disagree with. Like that, there could be some truth to that. I think it's an interesting theory.
I can see that a lot more. Oh, I just got plastic surgery to look like you.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they kind of backed off in the last second. And that's kind of probably where that makes the iceberg. Trell, talk to me about the Reaper of the Card stats.
Oh, do you like doing math? Let me ask you that. Because the attack stat is 1380 and the defense stat is 1930.
Why did they do this?
Because they hate people.
I don't know. It's so weird to even try to calculate this. Like, it would be a nightmare doing against a person using this card. Just would be a nightmare.
Yeah. One of the weirder stats. Illusion of like the Castle of Dark Illusions. Doesn't that one have weird ones too?
Yeah. I think it's like 1315, right? And then 1930 or something like that, right? It's like close to this stat.
Yeah, it's weird.
It's 1920 and 1930, or no, 920 and 1930.
Just as weird, man. Next up is William Blake.
Yes, William Blake. He is a poet, if I remember correctly. Kind of like a poet, author, kind of that type of person. But he has a lot of different books that contain a lot of like invented mythology, which, I mean, really, to put it nice and simply, are kind of theorized to be the origins for the Abyss lore. Like, he's got a whole thing about like a fall of Albion and like all these different areas and things that are broken up, and he's got this whole like depiction of kind of four, he calls them zoas, which kind of like overlap in these different ways, and it's very crazy. It's very, very cool and interesting stuff. So definitely well worth checking out. But it's kind of cool because when you start to look at the comparisons, you can see kind of where loosely a lot of that would have been pulled or could have been pulled into something like the Abyss lore.
Yeah, really, really cool there. And then, Trell, I'm going to send it back to you. The Zexal Shout cards.
Yeah, these were illegal cards that made the opponents shout out like phrases from Zexal, like very notable phrases from Zexal. This was a weird bunch.
I mean, that
high five the sky.
No, I remember I looked that.
That's actually a couple.
Draw two cards.
I looked that one up. Yeah, it is. I looked that one up, and I like some of these. I've been deep in the Yu-Gi-Oh community for a very long time now, as have the three of you. And I'm like, man, some of these I've never even heard of, and I laugh because it's so unbelievable. Some of these.
Crazy.
This one I've heard of, Millennium Thousand Eye Virus, famous one.
Yeah, this one is a very cool one. So Kevin Tourt said that Millennium Thousand Eyes Virus is the card is the best card in the game, and he is the only one who owns it. He didn't tell anyone about its effects, card text, type, or anything.
Very weird. Kevin Tourt is a very interesting guy. Obviously, we talked about him earlier, and it pertains. This is the only thing I could find. The quote, "I know Jerry in real life." This was one that, as of earlier today, actually nobody had filled out anything, and I was like, okay, let me really look into this. And I think I found what this is about. So on a Pojo forum, the card in Japan is actually Jelly Beans Man, not Jerry. So you got to start there. It's Jelly Beans Man, and somebody wrote on a Pojo forum like how stupid it was that they changed it from Jelly to Jerry, and that it must be a mistake by whoever does like the localization, because the L and the R can, I guess, be similar in Japan and in English. And then Kevin Tourt's official account wrote, no, it was not a mistake. The person replied and said it obviously was. And then Kevin Tourt responded by saying that it was translated to Jerry and not Jelly because he knows Jerry Beans Man in real life, which I guess indicates that maybe there was a Jerry who worked as a Konami manager. Like, I know Michelle Dunn, Rose Spector of Dunn, Slifer, we're going to get to that, I think, a little later on in the next level. They did localize card names to match with people that worked at the studio. So there must be some guy named Jerry, and that's why they made it Jerry Beans Man instead of Jelly Beans Man. And I know Jerry in real life is Kevin Tourt in 2010, arguing with some dude on Pojo. Very, very, very standard behavior.
Funny.
I mean,
it's so great.
Dude, I love it. All right, with that, we have ended level 5, boys, and we are going to level 6. Wow.
We're getting deep now.
We're getting deep.
Busting out the flashlights.
Okay, level 6. We're starting with the Minecraft Yu-Gi-Oh mod.
Yes, this was one that if we had made one of those private servers we had talked about, I'd really debated putting in. So this is just a mod for Minecraft that adds Yu-Gi-Oh. So you get kind of you can pretty much if I remember correctly kind of have a little dual disc that you can wear on your Minecraft character. You can actually kind of duel like a Pixelmon kind of Pokemon mod, but with Yu-Gi-Oh. So you can actually duel each other. There's actually a series, I don't know the guy's name off the top of my head. You can probably find it, but he's got a series.
Did a series.
Yeah, of basically almost like a GX. Like he's got like the school setting and he kind of role plays being in the dorm and everything. So definitely a cool mod for sure.
That's crazy. And then we got Noble Knight Favoritism.
So this one stems from Noble Knights, the first TCG exclusive archetype ever made, and the way they distribute them, that Konami did them, was very interesting. So it was not just the regular way we get TCG exclusives nowadays of like a couple box sets and then call it a day. They did like several sets of support, and then they did a entire box set dedicated to them with their own special rarity, another 3 waves of support in Vrain's era, including a Link monster that is so broken it was banned, and because of other decks abusing it. And then in 2020, they remade Noble Knights into a new sub-series called Noble Knights, which also got several waves of support.
That's crazy. I would definitely call that favoritism, Colin.
Yeah.
for just a little bit.
And then we got Eldritch / Laundry Dragon Maid. I mean, Trell, you want?
Yeah, I think this is regarding how Laundry Dragon Maid is like really all that great in her own, like in a Dragon Maid strategy, and she can be used very well in the Eldritch strategy. There's also like always like card arts involving like Eldritch and not card arts but like drawings of like Eldritch and Laundry Dragon Maid. Laundry doing something very goofy and very innocent, while Eldritch looks very disappointed at Laundry Dragon Maid. So that was also pretty funny.
That is no, that's actually really really cute, and I'll try to show that on screen. Then we have our Necros trap card.
Yeah, so this one was I'd consider it more future proofing than anything, but the Necros archetype has a card that searches for Necros spells and traps, but at least at the time of recording this, there's no Necros traps in existence, so you can't find anything trap wise with it. But it's there in case they make one.
I would like to point out that the card that surges it came out about 9 years ago.
That is disgusting. That is
future-proofing. Okay.
At Necros 20th anniversary, baby. That's going to come right.
Do we get a trap card by 2030? What do you think, Colin? Yes or no?
No.
Trell?
Do we get Lightning's deck first? That's the better question.
I'll say yes on that.
I'll say yes to the trap.
Okay. Jeez, that's crazy. Some two mangas here. The OCG Structures manga is a manga that is going on in Japan. That manga is actually really, really cool, and I would love for it to be actually translated. It shows like meta decks. It shows like legitimate like combos and duels using more like competitive play cards. The Sky Striker / Magistus manga is more of a lore manga that is also, I believe, only available in Japan. I don't think either of these mangas have any actual like legit translations into English. It would be amazing to see it. Either one of these. There's been a lot of rumors that maybe we're going to get a Sky Striker like lore anime with how that lore trailer ended, but we'll see if anything comes of it. But we do have a full Sky Striker manga for the lore of that archetype, and for Magistus, which is really cool. We had the fear mongering for 2018. Maybe this one was a little more legit. Yu-Gi-Oh almost died in 2012.
So it's still debatable if it was like this was blown out of proportion or not, but like this was maybe the closest that maybe we got to Yu-Gi-Oh like not recovering from a bad time. So
oh, geez.
During this time, There was in 2012. There was a very bad series of formats between like windups, which would hand loop you, and Zectors, which would clear any board that you set up, and then Dino Rubber, which was a back row deck that flipped a bunch of trap cards that nobody really enjoyed. They were all just decks that people didn't really enjoy playing with or against. There was a infamous ban list that addressed none of those decks and instead axed decks that were already on their way out the door and not good anymore. And then around this time, Cardfight Vanguard was coming out, and evidently a lot of players jumped ship to that game and never looked back.
Wow, crazy. Imagine how different our lives would be if it did die in 2012. I wouldn't actually know any of you guys.
Oh.
We wouldn't know each other.
Yeah. Yep.
Isn't that
this wouldn't be happening.
No.
This wouldn't be
I never would have met. None of us would have met each other. It's crazy. We got the caricature cards, Dak.
Yes. So this is an oldie, but a goodie. It's a funny one. I can't wait for you to actually look at the art of some of these.
I'll have it on screen.
during the second national tournament, kind of when they were doing prize cards for that, they gave away ones, and this is back in like 2001. They gave away different character promo cards of existing monsters, like Soggy the Dark Clown was one, Skull Knight, Mountain Warrior. But what they did was they used the faces of the tournament winners to make the cards. So, it became like Mashiro the Dark Clown and, like Tomoro the Mountain Warrior and things like that. Not to tie it back to Kevin, but with the article I found, he actually, and kind of the post about it, he actually had stated that those were fake, but they're all listed in the Yu-Gi-Oh! OCG Asia restricted card list for the 2010 Championship Series. So, and there are some pictures of some of them, so it's really interesting to say the least. But they're hilarious looking, seeing like Soggy the Dark Clown with just like a human face, kind of a drawing on it instead of his clown face. It's a time.
I gotta look that up. That's fascinating. And then next up is the Yu-Gi-Oh! Females list. Colin, you want to take a shot at that one, man?
Yeah, so these are mainly referring to how certain cards worked in the anime and also some of the manga, particularly how female cards interacted with other male cards. For example, going off the page here, in the manga, Shadow of Eyes allowed a female monster to use pheromones to tempt male monsters into attack position. In the Zexal manga, number 22 Zombie Stein has an effect that prevents it from attacking female monsters. In Forbidden Memories, some monsters can be fusion summoned using female materials, including Mystical Sand, Queen of the Autumn Leaves, Neko Gal number 2, and Dark Witch. And in Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelist of the Roses, Immortal of Thunder, Electro Whip, Cyber Shield, and Malevolent Nuzzler have effects that affect female cards.
That is wild. Damn, I didn't realize. I didn't realize that. Well, we've come a long way. I mean, that is crazy. Thank you, Colin. The Italian Yu-Gi-Oh! GX intro. This is a very, very actually well-regarded intro in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Community. I have even listened to it. I would highly recommend you check it out. I think it's probably just on here because a lot of people know it and have listened to it, and it's very well received. And then, quote, Hope is a girl's name. This is very much kind of like a conspiracy on why Yuma's Ace's name was changed in the dub and over in the TCG as well. Obviously, Hope was the name of Utopia in the Japanese version and in the OCG. And then when it came to the TCG and in the dub, it went from Hope to Utopia. And I think the theory is that Hope is a girl's name, and that's why they changed it. It is in quotes. I don't believe that this was ever actually stated by anyone, like a Kevin Tewart. We've mentioned him like 6 times in this video, unless I'm wrong about that. But I'm confident that's where it comes from. But I do believe it's just speculation. And then Trell, deck you love, man, the DDD spreadsheet.
The deck that you need a master IQ to play. It's one of the most non-linear. Well, listen, that's what people say. Because that's what they invented the spreadsheet. Because it was so combo heavy that any sequence of 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 cards can result into something completely different. Your end board could be completely different. So that's why spreadsheets were made to get an end board to the cards that represent in your hand. This was later improved when a recent support got announced for it in Battle of Chaos, which was like 2 years ago at this point, I believe, or a year or so ago. Where now instead of a larger spreadsheet, it was refined to a much smaller spreadsheet, which it's still a lot to memorize because instead of the at that time it was 5 to 4 to 3 card combos. Now you're more looking like 2 to 3 card combos in a more refined setting.
Interesting.
How
Yeah.
was this ever an anime deck? How was this an anime deck? Like, actually.
I know. No,
I played it thoroughly.
I listen.
I loved it.
All right. Did you like when he lost to Yugioh at the end of the show?
Hey, I don't want to talk about it.
Next one.
That reminded me
Next one.
of you and me dueling, man. Right?
On to the next one. On to the next one.
All right. We got our abridged references in official Yu-Gi-Oh product.
Yes. So yeah, the abridged series has always made quite a splash in the Yu-Gi-Oh community. It's transcended more than just official Yu-Gi-Oh product. While I was looking into this, I did see even appeared up in things like the Yakuza game series.
Yeah.
You know, where characters will be like, screw the rules, I have money. And some of those different quotes. And I mean, even with official Yu-Gi-Oh products, they make slight nods and references. You see things like, one of the most common and noticeable ones definitely is like, Tristan's skills in Duel Links, which, definitely have some nice nods to his, abridged, kind of quotes and things like that. Of course, you have, I'm pretty sure there's different flavor text and things like that on some of the cards or in some of like the, the dub and anime, elements where they make some of those little nods over the course of the years and just kind of a nice little tease, to the series.
Yeah, no, I very well said. And then, Trell, Toon Dark Magician Girl's text.
Yeah, so the old text was very wordy and also has some stipulations of how, like, the Toon archetype worked. And then it didn't really get solved until, like, in 2011 when we were talking about, like, the PSAT, the problem solving text thing, started to apply, but because they cleaned up a lot of the words in the text box of Toon Dark Magician Girl. I mean, Toon.
Yeah, interesting. And then we got Capsule Monsters. Well, this is a fun one because it's the only animated Yu-Gi-Oh piece of media that was animated only for the English dub. It was not ever done with the Japanese version. It's a spin-off. It is a non-canon event that happened with Alexander the Great. It is who I didn't even know was a real person, which is crazy. It is a
That's crazy.
Yeah, no, well, I don't know why they didn't use someone more like relevant, like Abe Lincoln, But anyway, I digress. I
407 duels ago.
Right. No, I think it would have been interesting. But Capsule Monsters is viewed by a lot of people as a very bad piece of Yu-Gi-Oh media. I got to be honest, I give it like a 6-ish. I actually thought there were some pretty cool moments. I don't think it's nearly as bad as some people have said, and I watched it for the first time only a month ago. But yeah, 8-episode-ish spin-off series, and highly recommend you check it out if you haven't already, because it's funny and it's entertaining. Speaking of the original, inspiration for Kaiba and Marek.
Yes, so this is a good throwback, some good fun there. So Takahashi did reveal his inspiration for things like for characters like Marek and for Kaiba. These are going to be pretty much direct quotes that I have here.
Yeah,
but
please,
he said for Marek, he said, I do not walk around with a cell phone. Why? Because my assistants will be able to find me when I'm walking around town, when I'm meeting friends. That's my time of freedom. But then I hear a voice inside me. Finish your script. Stop fooling around. Oh, I want more time to play. Somebody help me. And then I got an idea for a character, a rude guy who barges into people's minds. And that's the origin of Marek. And that's what he said back in 2000. So basically, Marek was his sense of responsibility, but in a rude voice, more or less. And then for Kaiba, he basically said, a friend of mine told me a story once. The other day, I met this guy who plays collectible card games. I asked him to teach me how to play, and he just said, Humph, come back when you've collected 10,000 cards. I couldn't believe it. And that story made me mad, but I thought the card collector would make a good character, and that's how Seto Kaiba was born. Everybody be nice when you play cards, and that was in 1999.
Dude, 2 terrible experiences, and that's how Kaiba and Marek were made. That is good find on those, Dak. Good find.
I was surprised he didn't like talk junk about like his cards, like you playing a 4th-rate deck or something like that.
Yeah, I know that would have been really really on point. And then like this is crazy. Is this actually real? Dark Necrofear's original name, which apparently the original name of Dark Necrofear, which was a monster that Yami Bakura used, was Dark Necrophilia, which is insane. I mean, that's actually real? Yeah, I mean
yes, I did not put that in as a joke.
No, I know you wouldn't. I mean that is crazy, and I actually did not know that until right now. I guess I got to read that one. Yeah, that is thank God, dude. Thank God they changed that. I mean that is horrific. Colin, gonna throw it to you. Let's go to a more pleasant thing. Let's go to goddesses. We all love our goddesses here, right? Goddess of Sweet Revenge. What's going on with that?
This was a promo card out of Legendary Collection Kaiba, and from what I found, there's a lot of lore and like connections to Kaiba in it, which is kind of interesting.
Very interesting.
Yeah, there's like a whole post about like how it's like based off of a card he used, how like the activation requirement and everything is like how he like. It's very interesting, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, I'll link.
It's based off like.
Yeah, I'll link it.
Go ahead.
Yeah. No, if you want to say what it's based off of. I actually didn't know what this one was, so great job finding it.
Yeah. Apparently, it's based off of it's a retrain of. I'm gonna butcher this thing. Gyakuteno Megami. I know which one it is.
Oh yeah.
The Megami, I believe one of the Takahashi drawn ones.
Yes, I can picture it.
Yeah.
Which apparently is a Kaiba card, which I didn't know.
Yeah, that's interesting. I didn't think that was going to have references to Kaiba, so very, very good find there. Very good find. And then Slifer's name origins. Obviously, it's Osiris, which is after a god in the original version, and then, it becomes Slifer the Sky Dragon. Well, actually, it was named after Roger Slifer, who was a pretty high-level employee of 4Kids, and that's where the Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged joke came from, the executive producer, because it was actually named after an executive producer that worked. Fun fact, I met him, I believe I met him and Michelle Dunn when I went into New York about 3 years ago and actually toured the studio and saw a Vrains dubbing session going on with Mike Licio Jr., which was really, really cool. So yeah, really nice guy. And how cool is it that they named one of like the most iconic, coolest god cards after you? Like that's got to be freaking cool. But that is the name origin of Slifer the Sky Dragon.
Well, it helps that he has a cool name, because if his name is like William, Williams or something, I summon Williams the Dragon. Like that wouldn't work.
I summon Calibro the Sky Dragon. Definitely does not work.
Well, that kind of works. That kind of works.
Okay.
You seem afflicted.
Trell, how are you not prepared for mine yet?
Oh
man, this.
Trell and
Can I take this one, or do you want it?
Yeah, you can have it. That's one of those.
This is one of my favorites.
Oh, then you got to do it, Colin.
So, Mystic. This is all came from a tweet from professional player Jesse Cotton about the card Mystic Mine, a very hot topic and debated, argued about card, or that a lot of people either wanted to keep legal or ban, and it spawned a tweet from Jesse Cotton that says, and quote, "Okay guys, but with all due respect, how are you not prepared for mine at this point? It's a little ridiculous to not have a well-thought plan when entering a tournament." This spawned debates, arguments, videos, and I kid you not, a full song sung and performed by YouTuber King Scarlet Yugioh.
Colin, that is crazy. That is also like kind of like a copy pasta at this point, isn't it? I feel like I've seen people tweet about that, like that format tweet, but with different things.
It was one of the most legendary like discussions tweet. It blew up like crazy.
And you know what? Jesse Cotton is like the best player in the world. So like you know, whatever he says, you got to listen to him. Advent Heroes.
Yeah, so Advent Heroes is a very lesser known Takahashi project. Basically, he launched kind of a game called Advent Heroes on his Studio Dice website. This was back in like 2011-ish, I want to say. But the idea was he was a longtime fan of American comics at the time, so he drew inspiration from them for this type of a project where he was doing like these kind of comics, and then he came up with a game itself for it. But it was actually it was a card game, but it used a standard 52, a card deck. So just a classic deck of cards. Definitely very interesting. He did some of the illustrated stories and things like that. I mean, of course, as always with like all of his art, it looked fantastic. But just a whole completely different world. Just a whole side of him. Just American inspired comic book and game. Just because I like this, and that it's something that definitely is really worth looking into for sure.
Yeah, super, super cool. And then we have the Master Circuit series, LATRELL.
Yeah, this is a series that a famous YouTuber named MBT created as a Master Duel Tournament series that he created and ran by himself. He did a wonderful job running it, but he actually discontinued it when Master Duel came out with the challenge code. So,
interesting.
But it was a very, very good series to watch. It had high level competition and it paid out well.
Yeah, I've heard of the I haven't watched it, but I heard it was very well done, which doesn't surprise me. He's a very good content creator. It doesn't surprise me. Pojo Hollywood fan cast. Dak, I this one I got no idea.
This is the so craziest thing I've ever seen. Okay.
So beautiful.
So to give some context about so this is from 2004, and this is a fan cast in a magazine. Like this is a real magazine that printed this article. Kind of going over their live action fan cast for a Yu-Gi-Oh movie if it went through Hollywood at the time. So with it being 2004, keep in mind some of these names are they've disappeared for a little while. All right, we're gonna start off with our boy Yugi. They wanted him played by Frankie Muniz.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Ian McKellen would be Grandpa. He could be. Who would be a Tem? He couldn't be a Tem. He couldn't pull. But yeah, Ian McKellen is Grandpa. Okay. Jim Carrey is Joey.
Come on. Well, that one actually that could work.
Too old.
Yeah,
he's too old.
20 years ago. 20 years ago.
Yeah, but he's still 20 years older than Frankie Muniz.
Yeah.
Amanda Bynes as Taya.
Well, that just aged, unfortunately.
No, at the time it would have been perfect.
I think it would have been.
It gets better.
Yeah,
it gets better. Adam Sandler as Tristan.
All right, see, look.
That was good.
That was crazy. No.
And Hilary Duff as My Valentine.
That actually works.
But Hilary Duff is nice. Hilary Duff is nice.
Yeah, so don't worry. There's more to this.
Oh,
there is a page 2.
Okay.
Keanu Reeves as Kaiba.
That's the best one.
Okay.
Keanu Reeves was acting in 2004. I thought he was like somewhat new.
I think this is post Matrix 3 John Wick.
Yes, this would definitely be probably post Matrix 1, but maybe even pre 2004. I don't remember when 2 came out. But yeah, so he would have been way before John Wick, but yeah, just after the Matrix there. Orlando Bloom as Pegasus.
that
No, Darren Dunstan did such a good job with him. You can't. No.
Hayden Christensen as Bakura.
Oh, come on.
What?
That was
I see the vision on that. I see the vision.
Yeah, I see the
Yeah.
vision. It's not a good vision, but I see the vision.
Mike Myers as Weevil Underwood.
Oh my god.
He could do an annoying voice, and
Wait, what does
but-
this user? What does this user think the budget of the dub is? Do they think
Well,
they
this
think
is
they?
a magazine.
Oh,
This is in the Beckett Yu-Gi-Oh Collector unofficial guide magazine. This is a book you could buy off the shelves in 2004.
no, that's scary.
Oh, don't worry. At least two of these last three. I don't remember one of them, but I'm okay with Johnny Depp as Merrick.
that works. I'm with that.
The Rock as Odeon.
Oh,
Oh
No
my
way.
God.
no way.
And then they said Patricia Velasquez, which I don't remember her off the top of my head, but her as a Shizu.
I don't remember. I don't know her either.
I don't remember that
Could you
name.
imagine The Rock saying, "Could you smell what these traps are cooking?"
Can you smell what the Raw is cooking?
What can I say except let's duel? And then the duel starts.
Oh,
Dude, that
You're
is
going to the Shadow
that
Realm.
that might be
Yoey.
the most cursed thing that's on this iceberg deck. Great find.
It's,
Oh my god. Well, now now things just continue to get crazy, especially for people that don't know any. The Carly Carmine cult story fake. First of all, there might be people that are like, "What the hell is the Carly Carmine cult story?" I've done plenty of videos on this. Basically, Carly's voice actress changed in the middle of 5Ds. And a lot of elements of 5Ds changed as well. The Arcadia movement was pretty much scrapped. Iliaster went from being a cult to a time-traveling group, which is... Those are both true statements. And Carly's voice actress allegedly was involved in the Roma Sophie cult in Japan. I don't even need to look anything up because I know this story so well because I covered it for so many years. Which is it was a cult in which, women would allow men to, beat them up. And apparently, again, all allegedly, she got beat up very badly in one of the sessions that she had to go to the hospital. They found out then that she was part of this cult. They did a whole bust on the cult and, a whole story on it. And because of her associations with the cult, Yugioh ended up replacing her as the voice actress, and they moved away from all the cult elements that were early in 5Ds, and they went to kind of more a sci-fi time-traveling vibe, which was certainly what happened in Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds. I mean, there's no denying that. But a lot of those articles have been scraped off of the internet. This is something that happened in 2008, 2009. So a lot of those old articles just have not been saved. And as time has passed, people have now made Reddit posts basically saying that none of this was true, that the voice actress was not part of the cult. It's not why 5Ds, the tone changed. We don't really know what's true or not. I believe that the story is real. I can say this, for anybody that's now watched for about 4 hours, I have made a lot of connections over the years of doing this. I have pretty good sources. I can't really go beyond that, but I am very confident that there is truth to this story. I will just say that without going too deep into it. You don't have to believe me, right? I'm just some goofy guy on the internet. But I believe there's truth to it. I believe that's why Divine did not show up again. I believe that's why Arcadia, they didn't do anything with it. And I believe Iliaster changed from this cult to time travelers, and Carly became a major side character after being a focal point for Jack's characterization and growth, and being a focal point in the entirety of season 1. There's credence to this, but I've done videos on it. Look it up. It's a fascinating conspiracy. It is one of the most fascinating things regarding 5Ds. Actually, there's another fascinating story regarding 5Ds that we'll get to in just a little bit. But before we get to that, Trell, Magic and Wizards. I think we kind of figured out what this is about, right?
Yeah, this was the original name for the card game in the manga in Japan before Season 0 came came out and then it was called Duel Monsters.
Yeah, it was referred to Duel Monsters in the Season 0 anime, but in the manga, it was just called Magic and Wizards. That was like the name of the game, and there were various games that were played, in that Yu-Gi-Oh manga. Absolutely. We're sticking with 5Ds here, and another story I've covered a lot. Crow Dark Signer story fake. There's another big conspiracy that plagues, Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds. I don't know if plagues is the right word. That Crow was supposed to be the final villain of the Dark Signers arc. But because Blackwings ended up selling really well and were a very popular deck, they wanted to keep Crow around, and so they changed his characterization. There is an official excerpt from Kazuki Takahashi in the 25th anniversary book, which I have, that says Crow was going to originally be like a Team Rocket-esque character, a guy who is always a pain in the ass to Yusei, and, it is just always kind of that reoccurring, like, pain. And then a lot of people took that and theorized that, well, he was going to end up getting the power of the Dark Signers and becoming that final villain, which is why Wirika Raska, I can never say the, Godwin's Earthbound Immortal, is like a bird. And it was supposed to kind of go with the Blackwing aesthetic, but they changed it. Is it, this post says it's fake. They're much like the Carly story. There's been plenty of Reddit posts that have come out since then that have said, well, I don't think this is true. I don't know. This one, I'll be honest, I'm not as confident on as the Carly one. Just based on, again, behind the scenes conversations I've had with people. You don't have to believe me. But I'm not as confident on this one. It makes sense, but it's just one of those weird ones where, we'll probably never know. It's fascinating. 5Ds is so fascinating. It really is.
Yep.
It really is. But again, that's one you can look up my videos or do some research yourself. The most expensive Yu-Gi-Oh card. Colin, what are your thoughts?
So this is gonna so it's changed over the years, but I believe the one that is by and large the most expensive one is the stainless steel Blackluster Soldier. I believe it was a prize card from like the very first Yu-Gi-Oh World Championship, I believe, only given to the winner, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I mean, do you know how much that card went for approximately, or is valued at?
Some probably there's no real price on it because it
Yeah.
really is just a one of a kind. But if you had to take a guess, just doing research, apparently probably close to 10 million for it.
Oh my god, dude! Wow.
Yep. It's
Gotta
one
sell
of
my
one.
Blackluster Soldier.
Yeah. Next up, we got the Dual Scanner.
Yeah, so the dual scanner was a cool device. Kind of wish I had one. Basically, the idea behind it is it was something that was supposed to come out. It was advertised to come out and kind of supposed to come out around the time of the Yu-Gi-Oh! 5D's dual transfer video game for the Wii, if I remember correctly. The idea was that you would plug this device in and you could actually scan, pretty much all your cards. You could, stick one in, scan it, and you would have it in the game. There were some limitations, of course, certain special edition cards or sneak previews or ghost rares or tokens or whatnot that you wouldn't be able to use in the game. But it was just supposed to be a device that you could scan it, have your card in the game. Just another way to unlock stuff. Kind of a early advocate for the toys to life, like Lego Dimensions or Skylanders or whatever type of idea. Unfortunately, there was apparently some sort of issue where they ended up having to delay it indefinitely. With releases, so it didn't get a big wide release, but there are people out there who say that they have some and have been able to kind of use it or whatnot. So
Cool.
Yeah, very, very interesting piece of lore, and it looks kind of like when you look at it, it looks kind of almost like a piece of the dual disc, kind of like a spot to stick your card in the graveyard or what have you.
Yeah,
So,
no,
definitely nice.
that's really cool. Well, we got more German on here. Yubel's German gibberish.
This one's a strange one because, when I did my research, I stumbled across this article saying, is there a reason Yubel is called the Extreme Sad Dragon in the Japanese version, written in German? And what I found, again, I'm pulling this straight from some Reddit, so I don't know how accurate it's. One of the comments is, Japan loves to randomly translate random parts of titles and song lyrics into English, which sometimes translating it to French and German, but no one really knows why.
Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, listen, I
Yeah,
didn't find
this
anything
one's a
on
weird
it.
one.
Yeah, I didn't find anything on
Yeah.
it. So, I mean, not hopefully that's it. I mean, good job.
Oh, that sounds good.
Yeah, sounds good to me. I mean, we're getting deeper now, so it's going to be more obscure. Trudge is in every Yu-Gi-Oh series. This was actually a video that I made, so it's cool to see kind of another one of my videos on here. Yeah, Trudge is in every show. I mean, he's obviously in Season 0. He's obviously in Duel Monsters. He's confirmed by the anniversary book to be the same Trudge, the same Yugioh from Duel Monsters. That's the police officer in 5Ds. He's in GX somewhere. I can't remember where he is in GX. In Zexal.
You see him, and I think you and his name is on that list in
That's
season
what it
4.
is. Yep, you're right, Dak. His name is on the list when Darkness is destroying everybody at the end of season 4. Then you have him like almost reincarnated as someone who's like part of Astral World when they're dueling Elephas in Zexal. In Arc 5, he is, I think he's mentioned, I know in Vrain, Soulburner beats him up in like a flashback, but obviously it's someone that looks like him. Arc 5, I think he's one of like the silhouetted characters when they show like the legendary duelists or something early on. But yeah, until Studio Bridge took over with 7s and now Go Rush, because Yugioh is not in 7s in any form. He was in every show for Gallop. Really, really cool. And then we have Pro Play Games ban list, LATRELL.
So yeah, Pro Play Games, after the June 2020 ban list, Pro Play Games, for their own online circuit series released with MBT and SEMO, a 17 online only ban list that would be used for premiere events, which was made fun of, memed on upon everybody who took PPG seriously. As a Yu-Gi-Oh tournament scene, and since this event, the PPG hasn't been around.
That's crazy.
Hasn't been seen.
17-day event, by the way. I forgot to put a word.
17-day event. Come on.
Yeah, it was a 7. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, come on. That's crazy. Create a card poll botting. Even I remember this. This was ridiculous.
Yeah, this was an interesting one. So, of course, back in 2020, Konami would do, create a card, projects and polls, where, of course, you could vote and they would make a card. Nice, simple. Sounds like a fun way to, try to get some cards printed. Of course, someone had to go and ruin that fun by botting votes. So Valkyries would win and beat over Inzectors, which at the time were, one of the more popular, ones that everyone wanted. Konami ended up fixing the botting problem. And, of course, because of that, Inzector won, which, beating out Valkyries and bots galore.
Yeah, that's, the rest is history. Unbelievable. Number monster name puns.
So this one's kind of cool.
Yeah.
Cool. A lot of the number monsters' names evidently are puns. Just going through the list of some of the number 7, Lucky Straight, Lucky number 7.
Right.
Number 6, Chronomaly Atlantis, supposed to be a playoff Atlantis.
Yep.
And number 40, Give Me Puppet of Strings. I think the pun there is the user's name is 4, so 4. 40.
Definitely.
Yeah. And then there's a couple other ones in here, but those are some of the noteworthy ones I found.
Yeah, no, that's really cool. Good finds there, and I'm sure there's plenty, but that's what that entry refers to. Kazuki Takahashi and Mike Mignola art trade. This is really cool. In 2004, Mike Mignola is the artist for Hellboy, and they did an art trade where Kazuki Takahashi drew. So he drew the. If you're looking at this panel, and huge thanks to Dak and Colin for finding this. Kazuki Takahashi drew the one on the top right, and then on the left side, that's the one that Mignola drew. And this was, of course, in a Shonen Jump, Shonen Jump panel, but really, really famous and cool art trade that these two did. Two legendary artists, of course, and panelists in their own right. And then we have Missing Lethal in the Anime. This is a classic.
Yeah, there are times where a duelist goes for a line of play that does result in them winning the game, but it's not the one that gives them the immediate win. A recent example of this in the current show, in the duel in Lug versus Zion, Lug had 2 monsters that can both attack twice. So what happened was Luke attacked with his first monster there both times, and then used the second one to attack directly twice for game, but Zion used a trap card to then lower its attack. However, if Luke did use one of them to attack first, then use the second card to do its first attack, and then both attack directly, he would have had game.
Yep. Yeah. So it's a classic moment like that, and there's probably so many examples of just, I mean, in a way, it's like it almost, I don't want to say it's a misplay, but it like is a miscalculation, right?
There's two lines.
Yeah.
There's like multiple to win the game. They just chose one that just wasn't the one that
Wasn't the right
winning.
route. Yep. Yeah. Well stated there. Joey's shoes.
Yes.
Crazy.
So this is a classic one.
Yeah.
So of course Joey's shoes have been a focal point, even in like the dub and and kind of all these shows. But the idea is that it originated from a manga moment where Joey wins these just shoes that he's been trying to get. They're really expensive at the time. He ends up having to do this crazy thing where he has to put his foot in a shoe with a scorpion in it, which didn't really have the scorpion in it, but he ends up winning and gets to buy them at half price. So he's super excited about it. The shoes end up getting stolen by thugs. Turns out the store owner ended up doing it, and then Yugioh, of course, wins them back in a nice shadow game and gets rid of that guy. I believe the episode is in season 0, and you can watch the episode. I know it's obviously in the manga there, but even kind of throughout the later shows, they do nice little callbacks and references to those same shoes.
Yeah, no, very well said. All right, Trell, this is the end of the 6th level of the Iceberg. Cards referencing the ban list.
Yeah, so there's just a few cards that like kind of represent like Summon Gate, Mistaken Arrest, Share Ride, Mistaken Accusation. These are cards that just like they all have like, besides Summon Gate, they all have like the Stangan and like the tour guide like traveling, but it just depicts like other cards, like characters in cards being behind something or being locked up behind something.
Is that the one that has Delinquent
Mistaken
Duo?
Arrest. Yes.
Okay.
That's one of the ones. I think Mistaken Accusation actually has that.
Okay.
Like
Yep.
Mistake Arrest has a Tangan behind bars.
Gotcha.
With
Yeah.
the other creatures behind it. So it's kind of like, it shows like the visual representation of like some cards being behind bars.
That's super cool. Yeah. All right, we are going to the final level of the Iceberg. Let's freaking go. All right. First of all, if you are still watching, we're probably like over 4 hours in. I don't even know what to say. Thank you. I hope you're having fun. Level 7 is the last level. There's not many more. This is not as big as the first 6 levels. So let's just get right to it. Uwu was first cataloged in a Yu-Gi-Oh fan fiction. What?
Yes. Yeah. So while the exact origin is unknown, it is speculated the first of the emoticon, was in chat rooms. That's kind of the first usage, but the first proven use of Uwu is in the Yu-Gi-Oh fan fiction Genie of the Puzzle, which was written in 2005. In the fan fiction notes before the story, the author states, feel free to throw squids and fish at me. Uwu, I deserve it. So apparently they might not have been too. I think people would think too highly of the fan fiction, but that is at least one of the first recorded uses of Uwu. So of course, it has to tie to Yu-Gi-Oh. It has to be in a fan fiction.
What was the fan fiction about, Dak?
I did not look that up. I was a little afraid, to be honest.
Okay, well, so you didn't fully do the research.
Hey now.
Well,
I checked multiple sources, but when I searched the name of this fan fiction, the second thing that came up was Harry Potter and the Lust Genie. Okay?
Oh! Whoa! All right. Let's go to something a little more, family friendly. The LIOV cocaine bust. Colin, what was this about?
Oh god! So this one is just. Oh god! So what had happened was police caught a group of people selling cocaine in packs of lightning overdrive. And yeah, but they first caught wind of this when they saw them selling these packs of. And if you don't know, Lightning Overdrive is a notoriously bad Yu-Gi-Oh set, so, totally inconspicuous. Nobody would ever think to check in bad trading card pack sets that cocaine would be in there.
That is, yeah, just one of those stories where you just can't even believe it's real, honestly. It's unbelievable. Roku is Yugi. I don't know who made this theory, because this theory is sick. This is another crazy theory. Now, this was my theory. The video's on the channel. If you want to check it out, check it out. I think there's a chance that this man is Yugimoto. I'm not going to say any more, but the monsters he uses, having the legendary statues, it's all very, very strange. And I think he's Yugi, man. But check that video out. It's fun to see one of my own theories deep in the iceberg. Deep. Which is unbelievable. Here's an interesting one. Beat Troopers were made to try and get Max C banned.
It might be a little bit of truth to that, but it's not nothing's truly concrete, because since Beat Troopers is a Earth insect deck, they play cards like Retaliating Sea, which is searches any Earth insect, so it can research Max C, which is an Earth insect, and that's why people led to believe that card going to the OCG will make B Troopers go crazy, but turns out it didn't do anything. It just was there. It existed for a little bit, and it got phased out immediately.
That's crazy. Yeah. So, unfortunately, did not work. But there you go. Beat Troopers banned. Were made to try to get Maxi banned. Then we have our Australian 2020 WCQ. Colin, feel like this is right up your alley.
I have no idea, honestly. Like, this was a video made by NBT about do not Google the 2020 Australian Nationals. And it's basically like a video about like a fake Nationals, like with some like weird deck lists. It also shows some of the deck list includes cards that aren't even out yet. So why? And then it's also like WCQ in 2020. There were no WCQs in 2020, so where did this come from?
Yeah, it might be like that South Carolina 2011 one where like nobody knows if it's true or not. And there's kind of like a fun, like, don't search this, you know what I mean? That's also pretty common for an Iceberg entry. That probably is the origin of it. So good find there regardless. Judge Call Turbo. Dak, got anything for this one?
All I really know about this one, because I haven't seen the video, but I've seen it pop up, is that there's a pole position turbo video that was famously shown by Distant Coder.
Yep.
Which kind of goes over a lot of that. I don't know if maybe one of you wonderful gentlemen have some more you could expand on that.
I can, because I was actually there for the stream that was from this video.
Oh, that's
I
perfect.
was there when this happened.
Exclusive.
So it was like a judge call that Coder was taking on Dueling Book, and it was this pole position combo that basically says pole position is a notorious card for like causing judge rulings and judge headaches, where it's basically making it so like the opponent physically cannot make an action without starting an infinite loop that cannot be stopped. So because of that, the both players were stuck in a no-win situation. And they basically they had to like got to like head judges on DB, and it's a whole thing. You haven't seen the video of it, I highly recommend it.
It is a good watch. It is a good watch.
Yeah,
and it's very entertaining of him breaking down what the scenario that is happening and what effects are applying. It's like very knowledgeable to understand what part, like the science of the game, are breaking down to, okay, this is applying now, so this is also applying now. These guys clash, and then it resets, and it does it all over again. It's starting the chain.
That sounds really cool. Yeah, I mean, I'll definitely look it up after this video, check it out, and there you go. There's your Judge Call Turbo. So next up, Arc 5 Tag Force Special Fan Translations. Obviously, we never got this game over in America. It was never released in America, sadly. I have heard infamously that these translations are not very good, that they're very, like, crude and just not really accurate to the actual source material. I don't know how true that is, but I've heard that there are like very adult translations if you played the English version of this game, which of course is not an official English version of this game. But yeah, that's just what I believe that one is. And then the next one, Colin, why Barians don't have mouths?
So the only answer I have gotten is that, or from what I could find, is it's to save on costs, so they don't have to animate them with like mouths or anything.
Yeah,
Like they don't have to like animate them. Like it saves on like animation costs or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a lot of what I saw. I saw theories about maybe it being tied to stuff like Power Rangers, kind of the transformation kind of side of things, a little bit there.
Yeah.
And of course, later we did get that line of cards that were kind of Power Ranger-esque themed.
yeah.
Not during exactly. I mean, obviously it took a couple of years, but kind of things like that. I did also find a fun Tumblr post, which I'm not going to go through because it's just a hot take, and it gets crazy. But in it, they were saying Barians are the only innocent creatures in all of Yu-Gi-Oh. And they're saying it because they don't have mouths, and they go through this whole thing about how the humans and even the Ignis are all bad because they have mouths and because they eat stuff. Like I said, it was a crazy hot take. I'm gonna link it in the spreadsheet so you can just enjoy that craziness.
We're at the part of the iceberg where we're dead. We're not able to get up quick enough to get air. The pressure is very high. Maybe they're right. I don't know. I'm not gonna bash it. I'll read it.
I read, then that's kind of
crazy. Well, I gotta be honest with you guys watching. These next two, we don't have anything for. We might be truly stumped. Yu-Gi-Oh disproves errata theory.
My only thought with that is that it's that erratas don't always work. I mean, that's the simplest way I can put it.
You think it's that simple?
That is. It probably is because some of them are like that. There are plenty of errata. There was, I think, only one errata that was not sufficient in work in like balancing the cards, so they did have to reban it, which is Imperial Order.
Yep.
Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, I mean, okay. Well, I mean, we got that then. But what about this one? This one we literally might strike out fully, not a chance. Like, up to this point, we've put every ball in play. I believe that, even if we've maybe gotten a couple wrong or off the mark, I think we've been very good with a lot of these. Yu-Gi-Oh! Blog, file name, hidden Easter eggs. I tried to research this one for like 30 minutes, and I couldn't find anything.
I mean, I can tell you exactly what it is, but it's not going to be the exact tie into Yu-Gi-Oh directly. But because that blog is most likely gone. It's lost to probably the age of the internet. I mean, theoretically, we might be able to track it down on the Wayback Machine or something. But usually, with blogs like that, as you upload pictures and you upload things like that, you can in the code you can easily hide little Easter eggs and little names. I mean, you see it all the time with different games or different websites. You name a funny little picture or something, or you put like I've seen stuff where people who are coding things are like, I can't change this code. If it changes, it breaks. Good luck. If you've tried to fix it, put a little number here, and then you see the number is 5,000 something times from where people have gone in and tried to fix it or tweak things. So you see a lot of hidden stuff like that. That's the only thing I can immediately think of is it's from something that we can't find, on the internet anymore. And in those hidden codes and everything, there were fun little file names and Easter eggs of different stuff.
I agree. I agree with that. We don't know the specific of what it's referring to. Yeah. But I do agree with everything you just said, Dak. Yeah. And then, and by the way, everybody watching, if you know or we got one wrong totally, please let us know in the comments. I mean, I cannot wait to read this. If you've also made it this far, you're a little crazy. Kaiba VTuber duels, Dak.
Yes, so this one was actually a pretty cool one. This took place back in February of 2021. I want to say it was a brief event, only from the 11th to the 13th or something, and they had someone acting as a VTuber Kaiba in Duel Links, and you could duel him. There was a whole cool little event there where he was actually in a VTuber form, so he was moving around, blinking, talking, kind of reacting as opposed to kind of the silhouette or kind of cutscene that you would typically encounter in a game, or the PNG still that they use. But definitely a nice fun event. I'd love to see more of that kind of stuff pop up. for sure.
Yeah, no, that's really cool. Trell, M Warrior 1 and 2 are famous YouTubers. This is a fun one.
Yeah, so in the artwork of live twin Sunny Snitch, it shows that M Warrior 1 and 2 are famous internet celebrities in the same universe as the live twins are. So that is actually a pretty cool, like, very niche detail in the live twins archetype.
Yeah, that is super, super cool. And again, you got that card lore in the artwork, which we've talked about a lot.
Yep.
Voice actors who play the game. A lot of people might not know this, but there are voice actors that genuinely do play the game of Yu-Gi-Oh! In the dub, in the sub. There's even Rush Duels that play, like James Brown Jr., who voices Roa. I know he loves playing Master Duel. I've Daniel J. Edwards, who voiced Aigami and Revolver in the English dub, and Go in the English dub. He loved playing Yu-Gi-Oh! He loved playing Duel Links. Dak, you named a few here as well. Erica Schroeder, Jason Griffith, Wayne Grayson, Matthew, Jonathan Todd Ross, Ted Lewis, Mike Licio Jr., Greg Abbey. I remember she informed me, Allison Rosenfeld, she informed me that they do like tournaments with the voice actors all the time. So like they, behind the scenes, obviously, although I do think they streamed it a couple of times, there are plenty of voice actors who also play the game of Yu-Gi-Oh!, which is super, super cool. Next up, the Chilean Hanged Man card.
So, for context, in 2003, Chile began to see a wave of tragic incidents involving young children. Basically, like hanging them. I think it was either like hanging themselves or something.
Geez.
A lot of these were tied to a lot of these incidents and murders were tied to Yu-Gi-Oh! And I remember correctly, there is, I believe it's an Arcana Force card that references the Hanged Man.
There is. I think it's Arcana. Yeah.
Yeah.
The Hanged Man. Yeah. So I guess the terrible conspiracy theory is that was referencing the events going on in Chile.
This is 2003, so I don't remember. Was GX airing in 2003?
No, it was after. It was after.
No.
It was after.
So the card did come out after all
The card
this.
did come out.
That would be.
Yeah.
I would like to believe that is not correlated with each other, but that is definitely horrible. I mean, it's horrible to hear about that, and God, hopefully that's not correlated. I mean, wow. Jeez. Well, that's listen. Unfortunately, life can be really tough, and that's a sad turn. And honestly, this next one is also sad. Zork's design happened because of a stomach ulcer. Kazuki Takahashi, this is a very true thing, got very, very, very sick during the Millennium World arc in the manga when they were in Egypt, when he was drawing it. And he said he was like, I forget the exact turnage, and I don't want to take any of his actual quotes out of context, but he said he was like blacking out and browning out constantly while writing, those chapters. And he didn't even really I think fully remember Zork's demon design. And of course, famously Zork, it looks like he has like this huge dragon penis, and that's because Kazuki Takahashi, well, he does. Trell, I mean, come on, we got to be honest.
Yeah.
He could have said anything else, but you just went straight for it.
Well, that's the medical term.
Yeah.
Dragon
That's-
shaft.
I don't know.
I mean,
He's in bounds. He's in bounds.
Yeah.
would that be better?
Okay. Okay, he's in bounds. Dak already approved
Okay.
it. I can't say no.
Anyway, he was very sick during that time. It turned out he had a stomach ulcer, which, by the way, that is very common if you have a lot of anxiety and if you're under a lot of stress. And obviously, he was under a lot of stress making a manga. We know mangakas are always under a ridiculous amount of stress with deadlines and everything. So that is the reason we got this crazy design for Zark's monster form. Yeah, pretty Zork, not Zark, different character. Although that design is also, what the hell happened there? The last one, the Glacial Beast Iceberg Narwhal.
Yeah, so I looked into this one. This is a card that was released in 2020 in Battles of Legend Armageddon. and the only thing I can think of is that it's on here because it has Iceberg in its name.
Yeah, which Colin, you also had put as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
the
that's all.
only card in existence that has Iceberg in its name.
Yeah. So
Yep.
it seems appropriate.
Yes,
And of
it-
course,
yeah.
with it being a glacial beast and a narwhal at the bottom of the iceberg seems like a great place for it.
Yeah, no, genuinely, whoever made this iceberg, that was a great pick because there's nothing creepy or weird about that or a fun fact. Well, there's a fun fact, right? It's got iceberg in the name. Also, another fun fact, played by Olga in Arc 5, who is obviously based on Elsa from Frozen, right? I mean, that's obvious.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
shout out to
yeah.
Elsa.
Yep.
Shout out to Frozen 3 coming out in a couple years. And yeah, I mean, I think that we can just say whatever we want because nobody's watching this part. So, Charles, do you have any
my-
deep confessions you got to get off your chest?
Deep confessions. No, there was just a lot of stuff that like I didn't realize, or like it was just crazy.
If I did this on my own, I probably would have maybe gotten like, without researching, I probably would have gotten maybe like 40% of these things. I mean, you know, I have to, as soon as Colin sent me this iceberg, I said, let's do it, man. And we've been together now for about 5 hours straight. Colin's room and LATRELL's room, this is a beautiful thing. As the video goes on, you can see
It went down.
It's just dark.
you can see the sunset,
And
and there's people walking past our houses like, they're still going, huh? I mean, it's unbelievable. Huge thank you to Dak, to LATRELL, and to Colin for joining me, for breaking this massive behemoth down. Shout out to the person, we gave him a shout out at the very beginning of this, YOLO Swaggin LOTB. Shout out to them. Is there anything you guys want to promote? Colin, anything you want to promote? No, you're good. Trell, anything? No, Dak. I know Dak, you stream.
I'm good.
I do. I didn't want to be the only one to promote. But
It's
I
all
guess
right,
if you're
man.
gonna
It's
make
okay.
if you're gonna make me,
gonna make
yes,
you, bro.
We championing you, Dak.
the big things going on at I guess my end here at this point, apart from obviously being in the streams to mod there for you and Pete and everything across YouTube and Twitch, or I do stream on my own Twitch as well. Right now, because of the wonderful community and their generosity with people such as JR, I am going through all of the Kingdom Hearts games in order. So far, I've beaten Kingdom Hearts 1, and I am on Chain of Memories because they said to go through in release order. So that is the next one in the line, and that's where we're at.
And if you're into that, follow Dak. His Twitch will, of course, be linked down below. Listen, man, thank you guys all so much for joining me and doing this with me. Seriously, you just took 5 hours out of your very busy lives to break down this crazy Yu-Gi-Oh! Iceberg. So I will always be grateful for that. Thank you so much. And if anybody is watching at this point, this is going to be, by the way, the longest and most ambitious video I think I've maybe ever done on this channel. Certainly the longest. Not possible without Dak, Colin, and Trell, and not possible without all of you wonderful people watching and supporting me and supporting this channel. If you are still watching this video, kudos to you, man. Kudos to you. Thank you all so much for watching, and I hope you have an amazing day.
Amazing day.
Take care, guys. Good night.
Goodbye.
Bye.